Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 39th edition, day 2 of the Paris Supercross at Paris La Défense Arena, formerly known as the U Arena here in Nanterre on the outskirts of the French capital. My name is Paul Malin. We're live on mxgptv.com once again, and just like yesterday, day 1 here in Paris, we have a full house ready to witness some of the best stars from Supercross around this indoor stadium that is now in its 39th edition. Would have been 40 had we been able to race here in 2020, but at the same time we had the COVID pandemic. We did get back last year, of course, but it was a little bit more of a muted affair. The track just a little bit more easy, maybe not the biggest stars. There was certainly a lot of stars there, though, from past and present, but it was just a slightly more, as I said, watered down affair, one day only. But this year we are back with a vengeance, 2 nights, or 1 night and 1 afternoon, if you like. And the fans have absolutely licked it up and lapped it up as well. And they are getting ready for day 2. 38 years ago, the first time we ran the Paris Supercross. Back then it was down the road on the banks of the River Seine at the Palais Omnisports in Bercy. 2013 was the last occasion there, though. Justin Barsha, the last winner. Of course, the first ever winner, David Bailey, back in 1984 when it was first ran at the beginning of the year in March, before running a second edition later on that year that was won by Johnny O'Mara. And in terms of victories around this Paris Supercross and manufacturer wins and all the rest of it, Honda have the most victories around here with 17. Yamaha 10, Kawasaki have 5. Well, are you seated comfortably? Because right now we are ready to go, because the fans are in, they are in place, and the show starts now. And if you're familiar with how Paris works, if you joined us yesterday, there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of light, and there's a lot of excitement as well as the anticipation begins to build once again for day 2. So the lights on the arena start to go up then here at Paris La Défense. And if you look out of our stadium here, walk out, first thing you come to is the Grand Arch. If you walk down towards Paris, you see the Arc de Triomphe, you see the Eiffel Tower. It's literally, a 5-6 kilometer stretch, something like that, right the way down to the most famous monument in the world, of which some of these riders here and fans who are visiting for the first time may have taken the time just to visit those places as well. But getting back to what we're saying, David Billerman, of course, a 6-time winner here. He holds the record. Marvin Muscan has 3. He was hoping to make it 4 this weekend, but after his sort of not disappointing day, but a day where things could have been better, a couple of crashes in the final race, or the middle race where he ended up 10th. That looks like a slim opportunity now for him to win that 4th title, where first one he won back in 2016, followed that up with back-to-back wins in 17. Both of those were at Lille at the Stade Pierre-Mauroy on the outskirts of Lille. And of course, he was victorious here when it was just one night only. And of course, after the 2 days of racing here, then the riders will be crowned King of Paris if you're winning the SX1 category, or Prince of Paris if you win the SX2 on the 250s. So a lot up for grabs here. Of course, we'll give you all the permutations and things like that once we start racing. But the racetrack here then, in this stadium, the Paris La Défense Arena, originally meant to have a sliding roof that you could open and close depending on what you wanted and things like that. But then, of course, it was decided, as the stadium was running about 3 years late, to put a fixed roof in it. And this is the circuit that they have built here. Been in since Monday, with some 3,300 centimeters cube of dirt being brought in 270 truckloads. The track designers there, Jean-Luc Fouché and Cedric Lucas, with more than 30 years experience building circuits here in Paris. And they've done another fantastic job here. A gnarly section of whoops, but those now a little bit easier, possibly, if I dare use the word, because the amount of times they've been rolled over the course of the weekend, then obviously they will get smaller, but they've also dried out as well. So even though they're a little bit smaller, they will dry out. So they might get a little bit more edgy as the day goes on. Will that play into the hands of anybody in particular? Kenny Roczen was absolutely sensational through the whoops yesterday. And even Eli Tomac, who one day won yesterday, was saying that was the, that was almost like the Achilles heel. He was just that bit quicker than him, maybe through there yesterday evening. It was a 30,000 people sellout here yesterday. We're about 2,000 shy of that today. So over the course of the 2 days, 58,000 people will be in this stadium in the 2 days. And that is what you call a successful Paris Supercross. And actually, in terms of the track, we are hoping to finish on time today. So from 3 o'clock till 7 o'clock local time, Central European time here in Paris, because as soon as the podium ceremonies are done, they will be bringing the trucks back in, and they need to have the stadium cleared, emptied, the keys handed back by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, I am told. So somebody will not be having a lot of sleep tonight, and it's probably the same 30 people that were building the track since Monday. As always, with this Paris Supercross, a lot of support locally and internationally, of course. You'll see during the intermissions, there'll be a lot of activities with YCF, the mini bike people. There's Honda, there's KTM, all involved in this event. Milwaukee will have their thing going on as well. Hopefully those little interactions will be a little bit sort of shorter and more time to perfection this evening, as we look to stay on time rather than running over like we did last night, 15, 20 minutes or so. But obviously music being pumped out there by the Red Bull DJ just behind the start line, and they've obviously got the Red Bull whoops as well. But let's introduce you to the FMX guys here, first of all. French rider there, Nicolas Texier. This is Matt Ribot on an e-bike, so the Swiss rider, looking to show his wares. Edgar Torrenteras. Oh, looks like he was almost off the bike there, actually. Then we've got Julian Van Stippen of Belgium. He's the Monster Energy athlete, if you like. But then everyone is going to be coming to see this fella, David Rinaldo of France. Got a few tricks up his sleeves, including a front flip. So if you've never seen one of them, of course, towards the end of, might be the first session, might be even the second. They get 2 FMX sessions, these guys. This is Matt Ribot just a moment ago. Nice little knack-knack backflip. But yeah, Edgar Torrenteras as the riders then just do their first train of the night. They've obviously been introduced to the stadium. There'll be plenty of this throughout the course of the night on MXGP TV. And there'll be a lot more as well, because the fans, the kids, they are the future, they're the generation of tomorrow, and they will be entertained like never before this evening if it's their first visit to the Paris Supercross. So back live then. But we still have some riders to be introduced. So let's start with the number 21 of Julian Rosali of France, Hugo Bazala of Portugal, and A-Ray, Alex Ray from the US. Anthony Bourdon, the French rider on the Yamaha, and Gregory Aranda, no stranger to riding in Paris, of course. What about Kevin Morant from the US? Privateer rider with a big social media presence. Maxime Dupre, a two-time Prince of Paris winner. Adrien Escoffier. And Thomas Ramette. Of course, they're not just the only riders riding around here. We have an international selection of riders, and we are about to meet them imminently. And of course, this year, as they get unveiled to the public, they are trying their hand at being rock stars. Let's see how they get on.
Le plus beau Supercross du monde, c'est Paris. « 84 dans le POPB, la passion qui résonne à travers les années, le même feeling en entrant dans l'arène, le meilleur public, c'est dans notre ADN, des pilotes transcendés, juste par l'ambiance, des posters qui prennent vie, pour tous les gosses, des banderoles agitées, dans tous les sens, on parle en technique, on connaît tous les codes, ouais, H20, 10 minutes, conso, 10 minutes, disque s'illumine, wow. Éclaboussure de style dans toute la salle, les paillettes plein les yeux du freestyle au final. Chaque tombée de grille, l'adrénaline qui monte, on peut pousser n'importe quel pilote jusqu'au top. Y'a pas que la vitesse, y'a l'attitude qui compte, on aime bien quand c'est propre, on aime bien quand ça frotte. T'as connu Bercy, les bastons dans les courses, c'est les premiers whips, les premiers dribbles, ouais. Les premiers titres, les premiers kicks, ouais. Les premiers tricks, les premiers flips, ouais. 39e édition, c'est toujours le feu, 39e édition, ouais, c'est toujours le feu. Depuis 2017, on a Paris, la Défense Arena, commerce de jeu. Et on est à Paris, on peut se montrer chauvin depuis que Jean-Michel Bell nous a montré le chemin. Le plus titré sur la piste ce soir, il est français. Hein, c'est Marvin Musquin, vainqueur l'an passé sur le podium à ses côtés. Cédric Soupera, c'est pas là pour figurer. Non, les meilleurs Français sont là pour s'imposer. Les meilleurs Français sont là, mais tout le monde veut le titre, tout le monde veut la couronne. King of Paris depuis Ricky Johnson. 2022, ce sera peut-être pour Brighton. Déjà 13 ans qu'il portait la couronne. Double champion SX aux US, Cooper Webb de retour sera pas là pour les miettes. Mais ce soir, des légendes sont présentes dans l'arène. J'ai dit Ken Roczen, numéro 3 sur la plaque, number 1 dans les stats. Légende vivante du SX sur le track. Welcome back, Eli Tomac. Welcome back, Eli Tomac. Ouais, Paris c'est magique, même les sudistes te le diront. Paris c'est unique, le meilleur SX du monde. Ouais, le plus beau Supercross du monde, c'est Paris.
So the rock stars emerge then under the lights for the first time this evening. And we will be talking to them left to right, starting with Cedric Subaras, one of the homegrown favourites here this evening. Of course, there is another one a little bit further down the line there. And that, of course, Marvin Musquin, but Cedric Subaras, the Sub, big crash in the time practice this morning. We'll talk more about that a little later on. There's Justin Brayton, had a good night last night. Cooper Webb will be hoping for just a bit of an improvement. Kenny Roczen on the, well, he's just a couple of points down on Eli Tomac at the moment. So in terms of going for the King of Paris title, he and Tomac right in the mix. A mixed day, though, for Marvin Musquin last night, and he'll be hoping to turn things around. Certainly looking at top three finishes, but can he turn them into wins this evening now that the pressure is off? Eli Tomac looking cool, calm, collected, very confident. Bagged all the Ox Moto pole shots yesterday. And he'll be looking to do the same again today, just to make it difficult for his rivals. Yesterday, the track was very challenging. It was decent start straight, about, 60 meters down into the first turn, sweeping around the end of the whoops. And then by the time they got back over the finish line and back down the start straight into the whoops, you'll see the GoPro track preview shortly. But in the end, those whoops, about 12 or 13 of them, proving very, very challenging. And more than caught out its fair share of riders yesterday, but the fans that make Paris what it is, their atmosphere, their enthusiasm. This is Cedric Subaras. Of course, he had that big crash earlier on. Hopefully not feeling too second-hand. And it was a big crash as well, and it was literally coming out of turn 2 to the end of the straight into turn 3. So Justin Brayton then obviously enjoying being in Paris, loves the track, loves the atmosphere of the crowd. Hopefully looking for a fun night as well. So Justin Brayton, the Honda Genuine rider, the Australian-based team.
Yesterday night was a tough race. You seem in better shape today.
Let's hear from Cooper Webb.
Yeah, not too bad last night. We'll try our hardest tonight to get up in the mix and hope to get up on that podium and put on a good show for these Paris fans.
Effectivement, hier, c'était pas super, mais je me sens quand même beaucoup mieux aujourd'hui. Et j'espère pouvoir aller chercher un podium et prendre du plaisir, mesdames et messieurs. Cooper Webb.
Cooper Webb, Red Bull KTM Factory Racing.
5 fois champion des États-Unis, je le rappelle.
Currently sits 4th in the overall classification at the moment. 9 points off the lead. But Kenny Roczen, 2nd in points, 2 behind Tomac.
I mean, that would be sweet, you know, that's for sure our goal, but I was riding really well yesterday, and, you know, I want to do the same thing tonight, have some fun with it, you know, there's a lot of good guys here. It's going to be really tough, but, you know, the stadium looks like it's full again, and I can't wait to put on a show.
Yeah, good to see Kenny here. Not sure at what stage he was in the final lineup, but he's been a very welcome addition, and the fans loved it yesterday when he burst into the lead to win the 2nd sprint race of the night. But the rider in the driving seat, 2 wins and a 2nd, so 4 points. Eli Tomac. Eli Tomac, the Yamaha Star Racing Monster Energy rider. But Marvin Musquin, first of all, though, who is down in 6th position for him. That's disappointing because 17 points, a 4th, a 10th, and a 3rd. Maybe feeling a little bit more relaxed today as well, actually, because the pressure of coming into this one after last year where it was just a one day, not a full house, and this year completely different, 2 nights sold out, going after his 4th King of Paris title. But here's Eli Tomac going after his 2nd King of Paris title.
maybe try to win the free moto to the King of Paris again?
Yes, we'll do all we can. We have lots of great competition here. Me and Ken were very close last night, so try to keep it going. And thank you to everyone who came out.
Ouais, bah, je vais essayer effectivement de gagner à nouveau, d'être King of
So Eli Tomac, who won when we went to the Lille venue for the first time back in 2014. He'll be looking to add his name to the King of Paris title trophy this evening if he can. That'll be for the second time. The first one was won on a Honda. And as we said, from the first 12 Paris Supercross events, well, first 13, 12 were all won on a Honda. Only Jeff Ward got in the mix at Bercy, number 6, and that was on a Kawasaki. Then Kawasaki went on a bit of a gravy train, won back-to-back in 96 and 97 with Ryan Hughes and Jeff Emig. Emig winning King of Bercy for the first time since he was victorious as a Prince of Bercy rider back in 90 and 91 when they introduced the 125 class to the gender. It's only been one Suzuki winner. That was back in 1998, Larry Ward. But then David Villeman went on a spree after winning 2 times as a Prince of Bercy winner. He won 3 in a row and 4 times in 5 years from 1999 to 2003. The only rider that upset that streak was South Africa's Grant Langston, who became KTM's first ever winner. That was when 125s, though, were the only class running. So Langston, the first King of Paris, King of Bercy, if you like, riding on a 125. Marvin Musquin adding to the KTM victories in the last few years, since 2016, 17, and of course last year as well. Let's take a look at our GoPro track preview then with Marvin Musquin and Cedric Soubeyras. This is out of turn 1 into the rhythm section. And then look at this section here. You can triple step on or triple all the way over. This is where Soubeyras crashed this morning. Ended up upside down in that turn. And it was a big crash as well for the Frenchman. Exit the turn, double, triple combo. You hit the finish line, but then obviously we're going to pick it up here through the whoops. And then we re-emerge here at turn 1. Takes the riders back down towards turn 2 again. So an interesting lap here. This is the run down towards the finish line. Through this next rhythm section here. And again, there's various combinations through there, but out of the final turn, you can wheel, tap, or triple there, hit the finish, and then turn 1. And that is a lap here of the Paris La Défense Arena.
Are you ready for Supercross?
So the fans being asked, are they ready for Supercross? Well, we are. So the lights come up here for the first time in the Paris La Défense Arena. Just a stone's throw away from Le Grand Arch, and also you can see down on the horizon as you look down towards the center of Paris, you can see L'Arc de Triomphe, which then beneath that you have the Champs-Élysées. And then you get to the end of the Champs-Élysées and you can just look to the right and you see the Eiffel Tower as well. Of course, there are a lot of things to see and do here if you've never been. But let's start then our Super Pole session. 1 lap, of course, the Das for Cash, and it was the top 10 riders from the time practice session earlier on today. And as far as that goes and the crash, Cedric Soubeyras is going to be the first rider up. Now, the time to beat from this morning, a 42.170 lap of Ken Roczen, who was 0.3 quicker than Eli Tomac. So Cedric Soubeyras didn't really get a chance to put a good lap in at 44.5. And the lap that he crashed, he did put in or the lap before he crashed, he put in his fastest split intermediate 1, which is going to be coming out of turn 2 onto the back section. So Cedric Soubeyras then starts his lap, the number 85 on the MM85 CBO Honda. Out of turn 2, rattles across the top of those waves. They're freshly polished up. Single, triple, triple into turn 2. This is where he fell at the end of this straight. And he didn't seat bounce this morning. He tried to stand up through there, and then he fell up short and hit the last two upside down and ended up in the fence. Was down for about 30 seconds, but good to see he's here. But how competitive is his time going to be? Either way, it's going to be the first time, the benchmark time. But will it be close to a 42? Well, it's a 43.707. So that would have put him around about 6th place in the time practice session this morning. So he may still end up in and around there, but how battered and bruised is he? His good buddy there, Marvin Musquin, asking him about the track conditions, no doubt. But next up, Maxime Dupre, riding 141 for Yamaha GSM Daffy Michelin. The intermediate split time will be coming up, not out of this left, but out of the next right-hander. Single, triple. See the sector time there, look, that Subaras set. The 23.479 is the time to beat. And he's down on that, so by more than half a second, actually. So Maxime Dupre with a little bit of work to do in the second half of the lap. Didn't get clean out of there either. So I think it's safe to say that Sub will be sitting pretty at the moment, but by how much? Well, half a second. He managed to pull a little bit back in the second half of the lap then, did Maxime Dupre. Next rider going up, though, will be Cooper Webb. And Webb about to hit the line now to start his Super Pole lap. This determines the grid position for the first sprint race of the night. The second sprint race, gate picks are determined by which order you finished in the race, and for the main event later on this evening or this afternoon, where you finished in race 2. So Cooper Webb looks like he may be the fastest through. Yes, and he is by only 19/100ths of a second. So the Red Bull KTM rider then going on a charge. Comes in nicely there, up on the pegs, and then double, triple, double into the final turn. Should be quickest, and he is by 1.2 seconds. So a good end to the lap for Cooper Webb, 42.450. He was a 43.780 this morning in the time session. So are we going to see those times tumble well below the 42s? Next rider, Thomas Ramet. Ramet was 7th this morning with a 43.76. Cooper Webb has already gone quicker than that with a 42.450. Ramet getting across the whoop section on the Yamaha GSM Daffy Michelin machine. Looks quick in sector 1 as well, but can he hold it together? No, he loses about 3/4 of a second to Webb. Two corners to go. You can outside and triple into there. So Ramet hits the line. Will he go second? Yes, he does. And it's a 43.593. Wow, 1.1 seconds. So Cooper Webb already higher up the leaderboard than he thought he would be. Remember, 10 riders in this Super Pole, and he was 8th in the time practice session this morning. Anthony Bourdon, the next rider up on track. The rider 945, the third of the Yamaha GSM Daffy Michelin boys. Getting across the whoops, pretty good. Obviously the technique there to stay as high as you can. Bobbles in the turn though, not as committed as he could have been. May have cost him in sector 1 by about 3/4 of a second again. So a similar time to Bourdon just a moment ago. Sparks just catching maybe a little bit of hard dirt there, possibly a rock in the dirt. But final turn, Anthony Bourdon not going to challenge. He's 1.4 seconds off. He goes into 4th place. Next up, Gregory Aranda. So the number 20 on the KTM Tech 32, or the Tech 32 KTM, if you like. Coming into the final turn now, getting himself fired up. So Aranda, what can he do? All eyes, of course, will be on that first split. Nicely done through there. Good drive on the run up towards the whoops and good technique through the whoops as well. Is this going to be the first time to challenge Cooper Webb's first split of 23.287? Yes or no? Looking good. And we get it. Just under half a second. Wasn't clean coming into land there, though. Did he lose that advantage? Yes or no? He's got to pull out all the stops here in the final couple hundred meters or so. Urged on massively by the French fans here. They sense, oh, how did he stay up there? Both wheels drifted into the turn, and he loses 0.08 of a second and stays second. So this is a massive improvement. No wonder he's got a smile on his face there, Cooper Webb. Next up, Marvin Musquin. Fans will be on their feet right the way around this circuit, no doubt. Can he get pole? Remember, he messed up in Super Pole yesterday. Triple. Marvin Musquin, fourth in time practice this morning. Good through there. Gets that perfect. This is where he messed up yesterday. Said he tried to stand up through there yesterday rather than sit down and just lost the back end. Jumped off the track, but this is looking good for Marvin. Over the line, and Musquin goes pole by a massive margin, 0.7 of a second. Cooper Webb now down to second, being eclipsed by his Red Bull KTM teammate. A wry smile on the face once again. Not in a good way though, Coops. Would of course love to have stayed there on pole. Justin Brayton then, who was third in the time practice this morning with a 42.954. We're already into the 41s with Marvin Musquin. So what can the Honda Genuine pilot from the US do? Justin Brayton. Same combination. Doubles his way in. Brayton, 22.845, the fastest split in Sector 1. Can he turn this into a provisional pole and put the pressure on Tomac and Roczen? Whoa, 0.6. Not sure if there was a delay with our timing there, but it looked like it was still running as he came into land. But there you go. Here's Eli Tomac. Tomac, the Yamaha Star Racing Monster Energy rider. Perfect season for him this year. AMA Supercross champion, Lucas Oil Pro Motocross champion, Monster Energy FIM Motocross of Nations champion. And looking to add a second King of Paris title to his impressive resume. And he's already under, then goes down. Almost. He's got to pull it together. This is going to be detrimental for gate position. So Eli Tomac came in heavy and short. Fans applaud that he's still up on two wheels, but how is that going to affect his lap? Eli Tomac will go to the line in 9th place. Watch this. Just landed long there, didn't get the takeoff, and then, but the upper body strength to save that. Eli Tomac, the reaction from them as well says it all. So just one rider left on track. Ken Roczen, 42.170 to top the sheets. He's rattled across those routes to perfection over the course of the weekend. Does it again there, but he has to stretch it out. Gets a kick on takeoff. Triple, quad, double. Gets it perfect. And look at the margin there, 0.7. And Roczen on an absolute flyer. Are we going to see the first 40-second lap? Eli Tomac out of it, but a 41.2, 0.4 up, and Kenny Roczen applauded by the French fans here. So it's Roczen, Marvin Musquin, who will take the first two gate picks for the first sprint race, which will be coming up shortly. Of course, just after this, we're going to have the SX2 sprint race, followed by the SX1. Just wait for him to get his helmet off.
Second night and second Super Bowl for you. It's your specialty.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. This one lap thing, I kind of got it down right now. I feel really comfortable on the bike, and that's what helps me a lot. I mean, the track's absolutely perfect right now, and it's so much fun.
Alors je me sens hyper bien sur ma moto, le circuit il est vraiment génial. Effectivement, j'aime bien les temps chrono. Donc l'homme le plus rapide hier, l'homme le plus rapide dans cette Superpole, numéro 94, Ken Roczen.
So Ken Roczen there, and Yuriv Konsky there, the team manager for Honda Genuine. And the first race of the night then will be the sprint race 1 for SX2. It'll be 5 minutes plus a lap. To give you the Super Pole then, Kenny Roczen, 4/10 quicker than Marvin Muscan. They'll go to the line first and second, ahead of Justin Brayton, Cooper Webb, Gregory Aranda, Thomas Ramette, Cedric Subaras, Anthony Bourdon, Maxime Dupre, and Eli Tomac. So Tomac goes to the line 10th then, because obviously Roczen was still yet to run. So the SX2 riders making their way out on track for their sighting lap ahead of their first race, the sprint race. And yesterday was an impressive performance by Chris Bloss in the SX2 category, as we look at the picture perfect whoop technique there from Kenny Roczen as he just skims across the top of those whoops. Not hitting so deep on the back wheel, and absolutely on fire. Similarly so for number 10, Justin Brayton. See how the back wheel is just very deep in that first 1 or 2. So Anthony Bourdon then, and Cooper Webb. Good recovery for Webb in that sprint, or the Super Pole session, if you like. Right on the balls of his feet, look, on the pegs. Hinging through the ankle, through the knee, through the hips. Good to see Sub out there, despite getting beaten up in the time practice session this morning. But all the SX2 riders are in place then, and Jace Owen was fastest in the time practice this morning, so he goes to the line first. Ahead of Chris Bloss, Matt Moss, Colin Park, Yanis Asuti, who got all 3 Ox Moto whole shots yesterday, and Julian Lebeau, Brice Melan, Lucas Ambert, Thomas Doe, Justin Starlin, Nick Durcourt, Kevin Ballinger, Hugo Manzato, Quentin Prunier, 14th, he'll not be happy with that, Maxime Charlier, Arnaud Aubin. And then bringing up the rear, Pierre Lotzi, Mikhail Lamarck, and Enzo Pelias. So coming into this first race of the day then, day 2, there is the 41 of Jace Owen. He sits second in the points chase, 11 behind Chris Bloss on the Bud Racing Kawasaki. So 20 points for a win in the SX2, unlike SX1, where it's the Olympic scoring system, 1 for a win, 2 for second, 3 for third, etc. So highest points in SX2, lowest points in SX1. There is our overall leader at the moment. He has an 11-point margin over Jace Owen with those 3 wins yesterday. 60 points for Chris Bloss. Jace Owen on 49, and then Yanis Asuti, he sits third on 43. And then Matt Moss, 36, and Colin Park on 34 as the 15-second board goes up then for the first time this afternoon. SX2 Sprint Race 1. Five 5 minutes plus a lap. Jace Owen gets a good start up the inside, but he gets squeezed. But can he recover? Yes or no? Well, put it this way. Was that 102? It was Moss. So Moss with the Moto whole shot. Rider down on the inside. Was that our number 66? I think it may have been, you know. So all of a sudden it might be the pressure on then for Chris Bloss. who's down at turn 1 with a lot of work to do. He did win the races by 3-4 seconds yesterday. So Moss leads the way. Colin Park second. Brice Maylin, Kevin Ballinger, Julian Lebeau, Nick Durcourt, Thomas Doe, Justin Starling, Hugo Manzato, Yanni Hasuti. Jace Owen down in 15th place. So he obviously had problems on the opening lap as well. Blos in 18th place. There's Jace Owen coming towards us, the 401, a former Prince of Paris. And in the black, look, coming out of the first turn, jumping into turn 2, top of your screen, Chris Blos looking to try and go around the outside and picks off another position, and he has Quentin Prunier ahead of him. So this is going to be 14th place at the moment for Blos. Can't afford to hang around. The longer he does that, though, as he goes to the inside of Prunier. Yes, he does. Picks off a position. And he's got Owen right ahead of him as they hit the finish line now. You just see that in the background. But here's your leader, Matt Moss, who recovered in each race yesterday. 6th, 4th, and where was he in the last one? 4th again. But blistering pace here from the 66 there. Your points leader going into this race, but he's getting his work cut out there as the back marker tries to take him wide. Jace Owen almost gets up back at the inside of him. But this time he does deal with the back marker. Number 14, Arnaud Aubin. He's got Hugo Manzato just ahead of him, who comes in heavy to land. But the rider in black is the rider we're focusing on, even though Matt Moss in the opposite corner, your race leader, with Colin Park all over the back of him as they head back down the start straight into turn 2. Blos now hits the line and moves up into 12th place. Manzato ahead of him in yellow. So the number 965, Hugo Manzato on the Husqvarna FB Factory Motorsport machine. He holds a defensive line. Blos goes to the outside, gets better drive, picks off the Frenchman. And now sets his eyes on Justin Starling. So Starling, number 12. Oh, thought somebody had gone down there in the corner. But it was Owen finding his way past Manzato. How many laps complete? 3. And where is Chris Blos now? He is up into 11th. So Starling ahead of him there in the black and yellow. Looks over his shoulder, knows Blos is there. Tries to take him to the outside to prevent that move coming, but he was quick through the whoops yesterday and does so again. Blitzes past Starling and goes after Thomas Doe. The 773 on the Honda SR Motor Blues, shipped to Cycle Honda in red. And he might just find his way through, but can't. Thomas Doe, the Prince of Paris back in 2019 in this very arena. But gets past here. So all of a sudden into 9th place for Blos. Yannis Asuti ahead of him. Time ticking down. Great recovery this from the 66, the 35-year-old. So Yannis Asuti was on good pace yesterday as he finds his way past Nicolas Durcourt. Wow, 2 laps to go then. Matt Moss continues to lead. He has a slender 1.2 second advantage over Colin Park. Colin Park sitting 5th in the title race for the Prince of Paris title. How much will things change, though, as Blos now up into 7th place. Still got Asuti ahead of him. And in fact, look, he looks like he's found his way past Asuti, and he's all over the back of Ballinger. And I think he's just found his way past Ballinger. So if that's the case, he's now up in a 6th place and going after Lucas Ambert on the blue and white Yamaha, or the rider in blue and white ahead of him. Number 72. Into the final lap. He can't afford any mistakes now. Blos up into 6th place. Ambert ahead of him. Look how the track is drying up and shining up as well as it gets slick. with the dirt being in the arena now for the best part of 48 hours or so, and he goes around the outside. Ambar lets him have it as well. So Lucas Ambert yields, gives up 5th position. Julien Lebeau is next, but I think there's just too much work to do there. He wasn't so kind that time around, was it? Yanni Asuti taking Ambert to the outside as Matt Moss wins by 1.5 seconds. Cullen Park next on the Honda. Brice Melin is 3rd. Julien Lebeau, and Lebeau just there ahead of him on the file Kawasaki. And then Chris Blows, well recovered to 5th, having gone down at the first turn. Impressive performance from the number 66, keeps his. Tell you what, no love lost there between those two. So Chris Blows and Jace Owen.
For you, and you won this race, always this race. You have a very good start, and after, it was okay.
Yeah, last night I rode really well, but my start sucked, so I knew I needed to put the hammer down and get going, but I felt good. It's my first bit time. That's my first win in 6.5 years, so I'm pumped. I'd like to thank the Bud Racing team for giving this old person a chance. So thank you, I really appreciate it from the whole Bud family. And my mechanic who's probably sick of me, but we got to win and now we're in the hunt tonight.
Alors hier, Chris Moss, il nous dit, Matt Moss, pardon, il nous explique.
Yeah, great to see Matt Moss winning there. Like I said, the first time in, what, 6 years? But we saw the carnage at the back of the field there between Chris Blows and Jace Owen. Just watch again. Just gets to the inside. Oh, yeah, he got tagged by Asuti, then tipped over into Owen, and Owen then got caught in that. That's why Owen was a little bit peed off. But good to see the Bud Racing Kawasaki there. Matt Moss picking up a win here. What does that do to the overall then? Give you the official confirmation first. Matt Moss wins it from Cullen Park, Brice Melin, Julien Lebeau, Chris Blows, Yanni Asuti, Nicolas Durcourt, Jace Owen, Lucas Ambert, Kevin Ballinger, Justin Starling, Hugo Manzato, Thomas Doe, Arnaud Aubin, Quentin Prunier, and Maxime Charlier. And the other 3 riders there, Mikhail Lamarck, Pierre Lozzi, and Enzo Pelaez. But we're getting ready then for the first SX1 sprint race, and of course a revamped start list from what we saw earlier on from the time practice session. So Kenny Roczen will go to the line first. In sprint race 1 yesterday, he chose to go to gate 3. He was then in gate 3, having finished 3rd in race 1. Or he went to gate 3 in the first race, and then the second race, and then because he got first gate pick, and it didn't do him any favors yesterday. Let's see if it helps today, because he also knows that he hasn't got Eli Tomac to worry about next to him as he did in race 3 yesterday. Eli Tomac will go to the line in 10th place, having Ken Roczen go the fastest in the Super Pole session. Marvin Muscan will go to the line 2nd ahead of Justin Brayton and Cooper Webb. There is Tomac just pulling up, look, as he gets ready to take his position behind the gate. Steel mesh here, not the dirt. So a lot of traction down there behind the gate as Marvin Muscan, Red Bull KTM Factory Racing, eyes up the other side of the gate. Of course, they're not fixing the start straight. They have ruts now forming the other side of the gate, as you can see, look. So the riders obviously picking their gate with what looks to be the straightest rut, the other side of that, if there is a rut there. Justin Brayton, Honda Genuine Racing. He and his teammate 1st and 3rd. They're going to be, Marvin Muscan sandwiched between the 2 Honda Genuine riders. There's Cooper Webb. He went to the line 4th, so an improvement on his 8th place. So how much will he improve his start coming into this first race then? Of course, where you finish today in this sprint race determines your gate pick for race 2, and therefore race 2 determines where you finish and your gate pick for the main event later on this afternoon. So there's your revamped start list then. Kenny Roczen on pole, just as he was for time practice. But Marvin Musquin, Justin Brayton, Cooper Webb, Greg Aranda, Thomas Robert, and the rest of the guys there. Subaras, Bourdon, Tomac. He is going to be just slightly right of centre left as we look down towards the gate. So we'll try and keep an eye on him. He was an absolutely rocket ship out of the start in the first two races. In fact, he got all three Oxmoto whole shots. So let's see what the Star Racing Yamaha Monster Energy rider can do this time around. How much competition will he get from the inside here? Well, he gets a good jump and he leans over and he goes to the outside. He's going to need to, but will he get squeezed out? Yes, he does. And it was Roczen who looked like he grabbed the Oxmoto whole shot. He's got Marvin Musquin right there. Cooper Webb is in the mix as well. Tomac in 5th place, 4th place, and going into, wow, thought he was 3rd. Good recovery for Tomac. Moves himself into 4th place now. With that pass on Thomas Ramette, number 6. So over the line we go. Roczen leads, Musquin, Webb, Tomac, Thomas Ramette, Aranda. Dupre, bad start for Brayton in 7th place. Then we've got Johan Cross, Cedric Subaras. Ramette just getting a little bit of a kick there, just towards the last 2 or 3 whoops. But it's Roczen who leads. He was just under a second clear of Marvin Musquin at the end of that opening lap. Not the first official full lap, because finish line to give us the lap times and all of that. But it's Kenny Roczen who leads. Honda Genuine Racing, the Red Bull KTM of Marvin Musquin 2nd, ahead of his teammate Webb. The Star Racing Yamaha Monster Energy rider, Tomac, is 4th. And then we've got the number 6 of Thomas Ramette on the Yamaha GSM Daffy Michelin machine. Roczen has been solid. Down the back section. Tomac struggling just to get on terms with Cooper Webb. Marvin Musquin making a bit of a mistake there and get caught by his teammate. So all of a sudden, under pressure, this will play into the hands possibly of the number 3 of Eli Tomac in 4th place on that blue Yamaha. Has to think outside of the box there, change up his line as he got caught on the rear wheel of Cooper Webb a moment ago. Cuts back to the inside. KTM's, well, Steve Mathis pointed out yesterday during commentary, the Pulpa Mix show, as Tomac cuts to the inside of Webb, takes over 3rd place. And he was saying that he's seen like the KTMs were struggling in the whoops yesterday. Whatever they've done to the bikes overnight, if any changes, or maybe just the ground firming up, not as soft, seems to be working for them, because they've both improved their speed and their consistency through the whoops to date so far in this first race. So Tomac 3rd, Musquin 2nd, and Roczen leading the way. Remember, coming into this one, Tomac with 4 points, 2 wins and a second. Roczen a 3rd, a 1st and a 2nd. He is on 6 points coming in. He will move to 7th. And Tomac will move to 7th. They will be tied. And I assume at this moment in time that it will be on race wins, and Tomac may still be leading provisionally if it stays like this. But his lap time last time around, 43.2, only a 10th quicker than Marvin. 43.1, a couple of tenths quicker. Ken Roczen, but he has the luxury of a 2.7 second advantage. Musquin was untidy through there. Cooper Webb coming back at Tomac. Ah, nicely done there for Eli. Number 3 up on the pegs through that turn. Just chucked it in there. Applying the pressure to Marvin Musquin once again. 43.4, 44.4. Roczen and Musquin, Tomac a 43.6. So Roczen continues to dominate the lap times and the race. 3.7 seconds now, his gap over Musquin, who goes wide. This time he was a lot cleaner through there, but as he left the door open, not quite wide enough. Tomac wasn't able to find a way through. +6 minute sprint race for the 450 riders. It'll go to 8 minutes and then 12 minutes as the night goes on. Eating a lot of roost off the back of that KTM though. Whereas Brayton at the moment, he has got himself up into 5th place. Right, can he get a charge on Musquin here? Not quite, so Musquin improving through there. Back marker, wow, I tell you what, that was very close there as well, because that tough block could have, if a rider was down on the right-hand side there, just ended up under the wheels of another rider. Musquin absolutely urged on by the partisan crowd here as Alex Ray just keeps himself a wide berth. We're going to have 2 more laps to go because lap times in the 43s. It was about 20-something seconds on the clock as Roczen went through. How much more of this pressure can Musquin sustain, though, from Tomac, who still hasn't broken free from Webb. Chasing the dirt around the outside. Can't get in there either. Keeps trying to show the wheel to the number 25. Just seemed a little bit off balance through that right-hander. Did it cost him any time at all? Possibly a couple of tenths. 1 lap board goes out for Roczen as he hits the finish line. Goes into the final lap with about a 2.6 second advantage now. So the gap has been halved. One last throw of the dice for the number 3. Tomac, back marker, gets out of the way just about. Not before he felt the elbow there of Tomac as he went through. Saw how easy it is to make a mistake, not get the drive and just come up short as Tomac did in that Super Pole session. And obviously when you've got riders in and around, and there could be a late charge here from Webb on Tomac into the final turn. Roczen, though, hangs on. He takes his 2nd win of the weekend. Musquin 2nd, Tomac 3rd, and Webb, he'll be much more pleased with that, coming home in 4th. 3.4 seconds separating the top 4 riders. What a race we had there. So Roczen will now move to 7 points. Tomac will go to 7 points as they dispute the King of Paris title. It could not be closer with 2 races to go. At least next time around, though, the gate position will be more favourable for Eli Tomac. He will go to the line 3rd as opposed to 10th. Here's Ken Roczen.
Yeah, having a clear track definitely helps. I pushed really hard in the beginning and then just tried to conserve some energy, and it was a perfect race.
Alors c'est vrai, j'ai pris un bon départ, j'avais le circuit pour moi tout seul, ça m'a permis de creuser un peu l'écart et puis de garder un petit peu d'énergie ensuite pour la fin de la course. Voilà, Ken Roczen, pour l'instant c'est le score parfait, super pole, victoire dans ce sprint, numéro 1, Paris La Défense Arena pour une légende vivante du Supercross, du bruit pour monsieur Ken Roczen.
And Ken Roczen takes the Oxmoto pole shot as well. For the first time this weekend, all 3 of them yesterday went to Eli Tomac. So Ken Roczen getting off to a flying start here on day 2. Give you the confirmation then of that sprint race. The first one for the SX1 category. Kenny Roczen wins it by just under 2 seconds over Marvin Musquin, with Eli Tomac, Cooper Webb less than 3.5 seconds behind the leader. Justin Brayton, good recovery for him on the first lap to take 5th ahead of Cedric Subaras, Thomas Ramette, Gregory Aranda, and Anthony Bourdon. And Julian Rosali, Kevin Morans, Johan Cross, Hugo Bazaula, Killian Pohl, Alex Ray, Maxime Dupre. So a much happier Marvin Musquin after race 1. Fist bump to Zach Pichon, who's going to head out on track on his Sherco. Of course, the FIM Junior Enduro World Champion, son of 2-time World Supercross World Motocross Champion Mikhail Puichon. But a flying start for Kenny Roczen. I wonder how much confidence he had knowing that he was not lining up next to Tomac, who pulled all 3 hole shots yesterday. Good recovery, though, from Tomac. Managed to get across 5th and then 4th with a pass on Ramette at the end of the lap, and then he managed to squeeze by Cooper Webb. Just here. But never really got rid of the number 2, who started to go with him, picked up his pace, matched that of Eli Tomac, as he then got caught behind Marvin Musquin. So some great highlights there then, as Kenny Roczen wins race 1 tonight, his 2nd win of the campaign, and then obviously Marvin Musquin, Eli Tomac, Cooper Webb, Justin Brayton rounding out the top 5. So that's how it looks at the moment then. Eli Tomac on 8 points apparently. So thought they would have both been on 7 based on the fact that yesterday Tomac 1, 2, 1, 4, got a 3rd, should make 7. Kenny Roczen 3, 1, 2, 6 with a win, should be 7. So we'll see how that plays out over the course of the day. But Zach Pichon, the Sherco rider, decided to switch codes from Motocross and MX2, and in no time at all picking up the Junior World Enduro Championship title. We're now 2 world champions in that Pichon family. Of course, this is a little bit of downtime now for everybody in the stands and in the stadium. So people like Pichon doing his bit, just getting his face out there and all the rest of it.
On va aller très vite, évidemment, parce que vous savez que nous avons un timing serré. Vous êtes plus serein qu'hier. Hier, vous étiez un peu tendu et c'est normal. Il y a même papa qui m'a fait un SMS, il m'a dit si tu vois que le petit il est tendu, tu le rassures. Donc, et c'est le rôle d'un papa, mais évidemment, au-delà de la plaisanterie, c'est un rendez-vous particulier puisque vous avez souvent été au Supercross, soit comme supporter de papa, soit dans les tribunes.
Et ouais, là c'est particulier de rouler sur la piste, c'est la première fois pour moi. Et finalement, là au fur et à mesure, j'ai presque envie de rerouler de plus en plus. Et voilà, c'est vrai que c'est super d'être là. Je vois en plus les...
So Zach Pichon then, the world champion, junior world champion in Enduro. Obviously switching codes, not easy to do as well, you know, because obviously, I don't know if you know too much about Enduro, but it's not just about going across open plains and things like that. There's a lot of rocks and forests and tree roots and things like that. Of course, you need to be a bit of a mechanic as well, just in case you need to change any parts of the bike during the stages and things like that. But fantastic to see Zach Pichon achieving world championship success, even though it's on a different stage. But Enduro market just massive, and I like the colours on the world champions helmet there as well. You know, you see that in the cycling. So the stripes there across the top. And Zach Pichon will just complete his sighting lap here in front of the fans. It's more of a celebratory lap, really, if you like, as the Bobcats go to work on the racetrack. Or that's it then. So Zach Pichon, he's done his lap. He's had his words, he's had his moments. And of course, we will not see him again after this weekend, which means he can sit back and enjoy his time here in Paris. So there's a little bit of downtime now, just waiting to get confirmation as to whether I have a couple of riders on their way here. If so, that'll be probably in the next 5-10 minutes or so. And when they arrive, then of course we will just have a quick word with them and see how they are doing. Won't give away any names just yet, just in case one or both of them don't show. But until then, enjoy some of the ambience here, and we will see not too distant future. See you shortly.
Chaque suspension commandée va être cuisinée à partir de cette machine. Le test
éco-responsable chez Boss, c'est que chaque gramme d'aluminium est recyclé dans cette pièce derrière et va être réutilisé pour fabriquer des outils spécifiques Boss pour entretenir la suspension. Derrière moi, on peut voir les tubes d'aluminium que Boss Suspension a utilisés pour fabriquer nos ponts. La particularité de ce robot, c'est qu'il est fait pour les pièces cylindriques. C'est-à-dire que tout le pont soit fabriqué et usiné dans celle-ci. Voilà pour ce qui est de la partie usinage. Maintenant, on laisse ça derrière moi et puis on se retrouve au contrôle des pièces. Alors là, c'est la partie contrôle. Chaque pièce est contrôlée avec des outils très spécifiques pour être sûr qu'il n'y a aucun défaut sur les pièces.
Champion du monde de motocross Grand Prix France, c'est à Dinard. Du côté de Besançon, nous avons rencontré au meilleur, tout simplement. Et puis, il n'y aura pas sur le motocross des nations, regardez, et après, en Mayenne, ce sera fin septembre, début octobre, une fois que c'est septembre, je crois que le dernier week-end de septembre, les meilleurs de tout le continent, de toutes les nations, face aux meilleurs français, bien sûr, le motocross des nations, à pas manquer la saison prochaine, ainsi que le bon France, à venir sur le cours.
Les toutes premières secondes. C'est quelques secondes pour savoir si l'on aime ou si l'on déteste. Des secondes d'excitation, de préjugés. Quelques secondes déraisonnablement. Seulement quelques secondes suffiront. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Coupera formel.
Le team MRPRO Sudel Motorsport est prêt pour le Supercross de Paris. On vous amène découvrir le motopark à Montpellier.
On est pas mal. Je ne sais pas ce que vous en pensez, mais on est généreux traditionnellement à Paris. Vous êtes généreux et nos partenaires sont généreux. Alors on va sans doute poursuivre notre séance de cadeaux de récompense, mais auparavant, on va rendre hommage à celui ou celle qui nous les offre. Pour cela, un petit bonus sur les fonds. Encore plus ce soir, puisqu'il y a Hot Shot, Oxford.fr, évidemment magasin physique, avec une énorme gamme d'équipements, mais c'est aussi la possibilité de procurer le matériel via les sites internet, en particulier Oxford.fr. Vous pouvez accéder à un très compétitif à l'ensemble des produits les plus performants du marché. Je sais que vous êtes très attentifs. Avec attention justement sur cette opération. Bienvenue déjà au Supercross de Paris, on est très heureux de vous compter parmi les nouveaux partenaires. Et puis, vous êtes impliqués à tous les niveaux, vous êtes impliqués avec Valentin, vous êtes impliqués sur le web, on l'a vu, mais aussi, on le rappelle, vous accueillez, précisément à quel endroit vous accueillez vos clients?
On est à La Roche-sur-Yon en Vendée, sur la côte atlantique.
C'est pour ça que Valentin, lui, c'est un voisin. Hein.
Un voisin, un très bon voisin même.
Vous avez Thierry Bétis, vous avez du monde, il y a Eric Bernard, il y a du monde par là-bas, des Vendées. Oui, il y a beaucoup de garçons dont on se souvient. En tout cas, Valentin, c'est l'ambassadeur, évidemment. En tout cas, merci d'être avec nous. Moi, ce que je te propose, c'est qu'une fois qu'on a découvert la marque, on va montrer que vous êtes aussi en Vendée des gens généreux. Et vous allez, regarde bien, montre-nous à l'écran, là, montre-nous à la caméra. La tenue officielle du team 737 de Valentin Tellier. Valentin Tellier, qui accessoirement, certains l'ont oublié, a été un formidable pilote de motocross. Et j'ai souvenir, notamment, tous les deux, on était au Brésil en 2009, si mes souvenirs sont bons. Et il avait signé un podium en championnat du monde, l'année même où Marvin a été champion du monde. Tu te souviens, Valentin? Sur un circuit superbe. Les journalistes disaient, mais c'est qui? Ben, c'était Valentin Tellier qui était sur le podium de ce championnat du monde au Brésil en 2009 déjà. Bravo, Valentin. Toujours très heureux de retrouver. La tenue, elle est là. On peut la gagner aussi via les opérations sur le site internet, d'accord? Puisqu'il y a une deuxième tenue, et on va, si vous le voulez bien, on va aller très vite maintenant, on va faire gagner la tenue de Valentin, et pour ça on a un truc magique. À Paris, on a un truc qui marche toujours, c'est notre jeu de la poursuite. On a un système aléatoire, la poursuite va se balader une quinzaine de secondes, et elle va s'arrêter de façon arbitraire totalement, c'est un petit logiciel qui gère ça, elle va s'arrêter à un endroit donné, et celui qui aura été dans le rond lumineux identifié, je vais y arriver, et bien sera le gagnant de la tenue, c'est d'accord? On fait comme ça, le casque aussi? Oh là là là. Alors, tu lances le compte à rebours pour la poursuite, attention. 5,
4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Et faites du bruit si vous voulez de ça, on sait jamais, ça peut influencer l'ordinateur. Qui va gagner la tenue de Valentin Tellier? Ça s'éteint, non, il y a encore, non, ça continue.
So welcome back to our live broadcast here on mxgptv.com with me, Paul Malin, as the crowd enjoy some of the interactions with the various sponsors in and around this Paris La Défense arena here in the City of Lights. Cooper Webb, Red Bull KTM Factory Racing joins me now, and Cooper, not your first appearance at the Paris Supercross. When was the first time, and what was your first memory, your first experience of that?
Yeah, it's been my, this will be my third time here, so it's pretty crazy, but yeah, I came here the first time, it was 2014, going into the 2014 season, I think it was still 2013. It was before I had even raced professional Supercross in the AMA, so it's pretty cool. I was able to race in the original Bercy Stadium, which was nice, and then came back here in 2015 and raced Lille when it was over at that venue, and now we're back.
And what have you made? So this is your first appearance in this stadium. In terms of the actual venue itself, the size of the track, is it probably the biggest and the best kind of facility that you've had for what you're training for back home?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely the biggest floor space we've had so far, and pretty realistic as well. You know, obviously the European tracks are always a little bit different, but yeah, I'm pretty impressed with the track. It's got some technical stuff, some big whoops, and you know, it's a bit longer than the 40 seconds. So yeah, it's great practice, and we got a ton of fast guys, so it's a good prep for sure.
And how are the track conditions? Obviously, you would arrive, what, Wednesday or Thursday, I'm guessing?
Yeah, so we arrived to Italy, and I went to ECMA for the dealer show there and did some stuff with some sponsors. And then we flew from Milan to Paris Thursday morning, arrived then, did some press stuff, and was able to go see Paris. That was actually my birthday that day, so
oh, wow.
That was cool. And then, yeah, been here ever since. But it's nice, man. We're, you know, 20 minutes from the downtown Paris, and still feel like you're just outside of it. So it's been great so far.
And obviously track conditions here it looked a little bit soft yesterday in some places. Certainly the whoops were softer, some ruts in the landing zones. How does the track compare today with the dirt being in the stadium for another 24 hours and reworked? And is that more beneficial for you?
I prefer it either way.
Yeah.
Usually the ruts are more my forte, but yeah, today's definitely a little more hard packed. Like you said, they've worked it a lot and it's packing in, but it's still pretty nice, you know. And they've yet to put any water down, and it's still got that moisture in it. So it's been good. And yeah, just kind of getting more used to it. You know, we've made some basically changing stuff every time we're out there, and that last race was definitely so far the best.
Okay, I had Steve Matheson here yesterday, Paul Pamex, during the two main events, the last two races of the evening last night. And he kind of commented just from his own observation that you and Marv possibly just struggling a little bit in the whoops compared to maybe Kenny, maybe Eli, maybe Brayton. Not sure. And I saw your guys changing one of your shocks yesterday, and I think it was a spring that you were trying to firm up because of the softer conditions. Have you made any more changes today as a result of that? Have you been able to fine tweak? And was it just more your feeling with those whips? Because they were a gnarly set of whips yesterday.
Yeah, they're tough, man. You know, it's definitely something that we've been working on and trying to get better at. Like you said, those guys are very strong there. But yeah, I think just, you know how it is. You test and test and test, but until you go racing, you don't know where you're at. So yeah, quite a bit of changes. We've changed 2 shocks, 2 forks, tires, engine stuff. We've been chasing. So, but it's good to, like I said, I think that last race was definitely a bit better. And for me, it's all about being comfortable. You know, these guys are so good and so fast, and it's a great opportunity to see where we're at. I haven't raced in a while since, you know, Salt Lake Supercross last year. So I think it was good yesterday, kind of shake the nerves. And, you know, like I said, the top competition's tough. You know, I've been here in the past where we haven't had, you know, any 450 race winners or any champions or anything like that. So this year's definitely stacked.
Yeah. 5th, 3rd, 5th, and 4th. Happy with the way you're riding, given the fact that I believe you've only been really sort of full training now for the last couple of weeks or so.
Yeah. I mean, it's a test. We came here for obviously the goal is always to win every time I'm on the track. So a little frustrated yesterday for sure. We were pretty far off, you know, but it's good. It's a reality check for sure, and I think it's kind of an eye opener that things aren't necessarily gelling. So today, like I said, we made some big changes. We have one of the guys here with WP from Europe that has been helping a lot, and yeah, getting more comfortable. And like I said, I think that last main, even though it was short, I felt my best so far, and now hopefully I can stay with that and actually get some laps under my belt.
And talking of laps, the Super Pole lap, today you had a massive improvement over your time practice. I think you were 8th and you improved to 3rd, I think it was. That's important, isn't it, for gate pick for that first race? Was it a big advantage being over on those left gates?
Yeah, it was. You know, I had a good start, came out 3rd, and yeah, basically finished 4th. So yeah, it was good getting a good start. The Super Pole's a lot different than what we're used to in the U.S. You know, coming flat out from opening ceremonies and going wide open. You know, these French riders and Euro riders are so good at that one lap. So you got to be on your game for sure, and it's pretty cool. You know, the fans go nuts over it, and it definitely helps with gate pick.
So 2 more races to go then before you head back home, as in it's another sprint race, slightly longer, 8 minutes, and then the last one is 12 plus 1. How's fitness? Are you happy where you're at the moment, or are you striving for that little bit more?
Yeah, I'm happy where we're at. You know, we still got a little bit to go until Anaheim, which is our main goal, which is January 7th. So, you know, we got about, a little under 2 months, which it'll come by quick, but I'm pretty happy with my fitness. Obviously, I've been back with Alden Baker since August 1st, really training hard since then. And yeah, it's been good. Like I said, just kind of a mix of training really well. We've been in Florida, we've been in California, doing a lot of testing, trying to improve some stuff. And it's been a great opportunity to come see where we stack up. And yeah, I'm happy with my fitness so far. Definitely need to keep on the track, and we'll be ready for Anaheim.
There's a lot of American riders come to Europe, don't travel very well. What about you? I guess coming from the East Coast, is it a little bit more familiar for you? You know, when you come to Europe, whether it's a Motocross Nations or you know, Paris, something like this, is it something that you look forward to doing? And do you kind of sort of relish it? Do you embrace it? Or are you just kind of like, man, I just can't wait to get home as soon as you've taken off? Are you one of those guys?
Nah, man, I forgot, honestly, how much I've enjoyed it. You know, it's been a great experience to come and just meet new people, meet new fans, race in new environments, you know, challenge yourself. And I forgot how important it is to race. You know, we can do as many test laps at the Baker's factory or in California as you want, but until you race, you don't get that same feeling, whether it's with yourself, with the nerves, with the butterflies, the bike and everything. So yeah, I'm great with it. You know, to obviously be able to travel with my wife and my newborn was pretty exciting, and just to be able to experience new culture. And I sleep anywhere. So for me, the jet lag's no problem. So yeah, it's been really enjoyable. Like I said, the people have been great. They always do a great job with us, and Eric and the guys taking care of us, and it's been a really enjoyable experience.
Final question, you just mentioned enjoyable. How much are you enjoying being back at the Baker's factory? Because obviously he's a hard taskmaster, not the easiest guy to please, Aldo Baker, but are you glad you're back on the program? And was it you that decided, you know what, I need to be back on that because I had success there, felt maybe I could go my own way, but actually, you know what, I'm going to go with what I know, what he knows, and hopefully we can find that step again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, you learn, and you know, you learn from everything. So it was great to, you know, we had good talks, and we hashed out some of the issues that between us that we kind of had, and ever since then it's been great. It really is a good group. The facility's amazing, and like you said, I've had success there in the past. So you know, fitness won't be a question at all, and that's where, you know, like I said, I think it's great to kind of have a familiar program. It's tough, but you know, that's what it takes to win at this level. It's never easy, that's for sure, and we've always are getting pushed really hard. But you know, I think, like you said, it's something that we both had to experience ourselves and kind of get over and fix some things, and it's been great ever since.
All right, well, look, Cooper Webb, thanks for joining us in here. Hope you enjoyed your stay so far. Hope the rest of your Parisian adventure goes how you want it, and safe travels, and we'll see you behind the gates at Anaheim 1 next year.
Yeah, thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Cooper. Good to see you. So Cooper Webb there, obviously 5.3, 5.4 in his scores. Can he get a couple more in the top three? Can he even walk away with a race win here this afternoon? He'll be hoping so. And thanks to Eric Sorby for bringing him up here as well, the fixer. As you can see on our screens, we've got the FMX freestyle competition going on, and obviously a multitude of riders there out on track. We've got David Ronaldo. This is Matt Ribot on an electric bike there, just coming up a little bit short. Nicolas Texier coming into land. We've also got Edgar Torrenteras here. He is right on cue, and a massive crowd favourite. And let's not forget Julian Van Stippen, the Monster Energy athlete here, who just threw an absolute sick whip a moment ago. But the fans' favourite is going to be David Ronaldo. Will he pull his front flip here in this first session, yes or no? I will leave you to be the judge. And here is Ronaldo right now. So we'll take another break. We'll get this FMX session out of the way, and we will be getting ready to go racing probably around about 5 o'clock local time, so in about 25 minutes from now. So thanks once again to Cooper Webb, and we'll join you again soon.
Je vois Julien qui est en train de s'adresser au pilote. Je devais normalement terminer là. Ah, ça va. Mais écoutez, c'est le direct. Voilà. Bienvenue comme ça. Nous avons la chance, le privilège de découvrir des invités différents, des partenaires différents, de nouveaux pilotes. Et cette année, on est très fiers d'accueillir une nouvelle grande marque qui rejoint le Supercross de Paris à l'Écran Arena. C'est une marque que tout le monde connaît, c'est une marque européenne. Regardez bien la première apparition de toute la vie. Et oui, il débarque pour l'aventure, on roule pour l'aventure sur des territoires, des territoires très exotiques, il connaît bien celui-là. Mesdames et messieurs, vous auriez dû, cher ami, mon vieux pote, vous auriez dû être sur l'auto, parce que vous êtes 5 fois champion du monde d'enduro, vous auriez dû être celui qui nous présentait une nouvelle machine, à n'en pas douter, ou une nouvelle version. Malheureusement, visiblement,
j'ai glissé, chef.
Voilà. Antoine, 5 fois champion du monde, on l'a dit. Vous êtes un pilote avec de nouvelles couleurs, de nouveaux projets, mais malheureusement.
Et ouais, en m'entraînant pour essayer de montrer au mieux les performances de la Ducati, je me suis entraîné et je me suis cassé le talon. Donc voilà, je suis arrêté pour un petit moment. Je suis quand même content d'être là pour vous présenter une nouvelle version. Donc voilà.
Vous avez une surprise pour nous, paraît-il?
Exactement.
Alors, si vous êtes d'accord, on a fait un compte à rebours avec le public tout à l'heure. On va vous inviter à faire un petit compte à rebours, car on a une très jolie surprise à vous présenter à l'écran. Attention, 3, 2, 1, go! Eh oui, nous parlions d'aventure, c'était un petit clin d'œil, ces images le rappellent. Les grands espaces vous ont attiré, Antoine, et visiblement, alors il ne s'agit pas, pour être honnête, d'une nouvelle moto réellement, puisque cette moto est disponible en concession depuis déjà quelques mois, mais cette version, et c'était affiché à l'écran il y a quelques instants, est présentée en avant-première nationale, puisqu'il y a 2 jours seulement que la presse internationale a pu la découvrir. C'est une machine qui porte un nom suffisamment évocateur, Desert X, mais cette déco noire, elle a une histoire.
Oui, tout à fait. On s'est inspiré de la voiture e-tron de Audi du Dakar. Donc on a repris la même déco pour faire une nouvelle version en noir. Et voilà, aujourd'hui on aurait dû être présent avec moi qui faisait une démonstration pour essayer de vous montrer au mieux les capacités les plus agiles de la moto dans un milieu extrême comme le Supercross et qui est aussi très à l'aise en pile pour pouvoir acheter le pain. Donc voilà, je suis assez déçu, mais j'espère que je reviendrai l'année prochaine.
Et dites-le avec votre accent, j'aime bien. Achetez le peigne, vous dites.
Achetez le pain.
Antoine, oui, non, mais Antoine, vous m'avez gentiment proposé de faire le spectacle à votre place. C'est pas forcément nécessaire. Alors, bien évidemment, on est très heureux. Qu'est-ce que vous nous proposez maintenant? Vous allez nous proposer un calendrier avec de prochaines aventures?
Non, ben oui, il y a pas mal d'événements qui sont prévus. On va essayer de vous faire essayer au maximum. Donc, les gens qui sont motivés, qui ont envie d'essayer, n'hésitez pas à aller en concession, elle est à l'essai et vous verrez que vous allez être séduit. C'est comme une belle femme. Dès qu'on essaye, après on est séduit.
Vous avez compris, ça c'est le côté sudiste. Mesdames et messieurs, Antoine Méo, le multiple champion du monde et la nouvelle Ducati, cette décoration exclusive. Applaudissements. Merci Antoine, merci à Ducati. Évidemment, nous sommes fiers de compter parmi les partenaires de cette nouvelle édition. Et on se dirige du côté de la grille de départ. On va retrouver Jean-Christophe parce que là, il y a du lourd, il y a du solide. Mesdames et messieurs, la grille de départ est déjà composée avec 88 cm3. Là, j'ai l'impression, Jean-Christophe, qu'il va se passer des choses assez terrifiantes.
Eh ouais, c'est les petits pilotes YCF. Alors, vous allez le voir, ils ont les numéros des stars. On a un mini Tomac, on a un mini Marvin Busquin, on a un mini Brighton, on a un mini Cooper Webb, on a aussi Kevin Morens et Ken Roczen, bien sûr, avec son numéro 94. En fait, ils ont des noms, hein, tous ces jeunes garçons de la démo YCF. Bien sûr, avec notamment Liam Moret, hein, hier, qui a remporté cette course. 3 tours au programme.
Voilà, on a la composition des dossards sous les yeux et on va surveiller évidemment Liam, qui avec son dossard numéro 3, comme par hasard, à celui du champion des États-Unis, ça va. Non, le favori apporte le numéro 3. Ça ne surprendra personne, Jean-Christophe.
Exactement. Et puis on a aussi le neveu de Dylan Ferrandis qui porte le numéro 14.
Oh là là, carrément la famille est représentée avec un numéro que l'on connaît bien de l'autre côté de l'Atlantique. Maintenant, mesdames et messieurs, le départ. Attention, 15 secondes. La girl est en place, là. On est dans la cour de récré. Regardez le 5 secondes. Ça va bondir, ça veut dire c'est parti, ça y est. La grille est tombée.
Allez, c'est parti pour cette manche réservée aux jeunes pilotes YCF. Alors l'an passé, on se souvient que c'est Raphaël Ménillot qui avait gagné. Et eh bien, cette année, Raphaël, il a confirmé puisqu'il est devenu tout simplement champion de France Minivert 65 cm3. Ça prouve à quel point eh bien, tous ces jeunes pilotes ont du talent et sont bien sûr l'avenir du motocross et du supercross français. Vous pouvez bien sûr les encourager. YCF, c'est une marque 100% française, bien sûr. Et l'homme qui est à l'origine, et bien YCF, il est avec nous, c'est Yannick Cocard. Yannick qui développe sans arrêt des nouveaux produits, des nouvelles machines et bien sûr qui est très très heureux. Allez, 3 tours, on rappelle, et puis ensuite on va retrouver ces jeunes pilotes au centre de la grille, puisqu'il y a qui les attend avec des petites plaques, on va leur remettre, ensuite ce sera un super souvenir pour ces jeunes garçons.
Oui, il faut aussi se retrouver. On peut dire que c'est même si les machines sont exactement identiques. Pour rappel, d'ailleurs, Yannick, YCF, ça veut dire Yannick Cocard Factory, donc aux États-Unis, Factory, c'est le terme qu'on utilise pour constructeur de l'usine un peu. Yannick, on rappelle que là, ce sont quelques-uns de ces termes de l'usine qui a été dédié à cette époque, et vous avez un catalogue complet maintenant.
Pour les catalogues, et pour le moment, on a un modèle qui va entre 7 et 10 ans, donc il y a la sensibilisation.
La journal de concours, oui.
Non, la journal,
Comme vous étiez déjà rappelle qu'il y a des distributeurs, il y a des concessionnaires, il y a un vrai réseau de SF en France et dans tout le reste de l'Europe, y compris, on a parlé des États-Unis, bien sûr. Bravo pour cette très belle réussite économique, sportive et commerciale. On est fiers de vous, Yannick. Vous portez très haut la valeur de l'Atlantique, les couleurs, les constructeurs et le savoir-faire français. Allez, on est à quelques minutes, quelques secondes maintenant de la arrivée. Voilà, je vois Jean-Paul Lallier qui va être présenté dans un instant. Jean-Christophe, le vainqueur. Le voici au club. Qui va remporter cette course ICF. Allez, tout de suite, la remise d'étape, complément. La deuxième position entre le Supercross qui se présente aussi. Et c'est Pierre qui termine troisième. Décidément, le Jean-Paul Plateau de ce soir.
Allez, puis Yannick qui va prendre bien sûr les pas, comme je disais, ça va être un très très bon souvenir. Vous imaginez pour des petits garçons comme ça, d'évoluer devant vous, devant Paris à Défense Arena. Sauf la route une fois aujourd'hui, donc ça va être un super souvenir, surtout pour les encourager. On a les étrangers, vous allez voir leur visage radieux, et on remercie une fois plus Yannick pour son engagement avec le copain, son engagement pour les épreuves, parce qu'il organise cette, bien sûr, démonstration du moto. Il était quand même présent tout à l'heure avec une autre animation qui va remettre aussi 3 ICF ce soir aux 3 meilleurs pilotes de la catégorie cycle.
Oui, c'est ceux qui est la suite logique. YZ, c'est vrai que la catégorie CC2 est normalement composée de pilotes en début de carrière, à haut niveau, bien évidemment, vous en notez, voilà, de très joli clin d'œil avec cette numéro 1 ou 3 des plaques qui ont remplacé. Puisqu'on parle de CC2, et effectivement, ce sera la prochaine étape. Allez, on va retrouver notre invité, vous l'avez compris. Pardon, autant pour moi, désolé.
Allez, on va se retrouver maintenant avec un invité, on était avec lui tout à l'heure, lors du show de présentation. Et avec nous, c'est Five qui nous a proposé avec des Cheras un super titre, Dites-nous Supercross de Paris. On s'est régalé tout à l'heure. Five, avec un album qui est sorti il y a quelques mois sur toutes les plateformes de streaming. C'est Pays-Bas. On explique aussi les titres pilotes de Supercross à vous sur le Supercross de Paris. Ça fait quoi de vivre l'événement un petit peu différemment et d'avoir un titre comme ça qui passe à Paris La Défense Arena?
Bah, c'est exceptionnel pour moi en tant qu'artiste maintenant. J'ai vécu les deux, c'était un rêve de gosse, c'est devenu une réalité. Et, je suis resté toujours fan et pouvoir jumeler ces deux passions-là, pour moi c'est exceptionnel et vraiment c'est une chance. Donc j'espère que vous avez aimé et voilà.
Est-ce que vous avez aimé le titre de Fight dédié au Supercross de Paris? Eh ben merci à vous et retrouvez donc sur toutes les plateformes de streaming son album Pays-Bas avec des morceaux vraiment très très intéressants. On lui souhaite bien sûr une très très longue et belle carrière.
Oui, un garçon qu'on a connu en cross, mais qu'on a vu en super motard également, très à l'aise. Un garçon très à l'aise sur toutes les disciplines. Malheureusement, ça paye une victoire de sa nation, mais vous voyez, beaucoup d'espoir. Il y a des gens qui se laissent aller, il y a rebondir si j'ose dire avec cette nouvelle version qui arrive à laisser ces émotions premières.
Hello, everybody, then. Welcome back to our live broadcast here on MXGP TV with me, Paul Malin. It's the 39th edition of the Paris Supercross. We are in the Paris La Défense Arena, right just outside the heart of the capital, the City of Lights. The SX2 riders out on track for a sighting lap for their second sprint race of the day. And Matt Moss, you see there, will go to the line first because of his win in race 1 earlier today. So a lot to play for in this particular category. Colin Park sits there, goes to the line second, ahead of Brice Mélin, Julien Lebeau, Chris Blows, who had 3 wins yesterday, crashed at the first turn today in race 1, came from 20th position or thereabouts to take 5th with a lap to go. Couldn't quite close down Julien Lebeau though, and he'll be hoping for a better start this time around, although he's going to be in gate 5, depending on how the riders line up. Of course, as you can see, Colin Park taking the second gate. Matt Moss obviously going to line up in gate 1 on the Bud Racing Kawasaki. So the 102 taking his first race win in about 6 years. So an emotional win there, thanking obviously Bud Racing Kawasaki for giving him the opportunity, not just for the World Supercross Series, but also here in Paris, where he's continued to ride for them at the Paris Supercross. There is the number 66, Chris Blows. He was 5th in race 1, but with his 3 wins yesterday, we'll still have him at the top of the standings for the Prince of Paris, but obviously rivals closing in around him. We didn't get a points update after the first race, but he had quite a sizable advantage going into this first race of the afternoon. 11 points he had over Jace Owen. Jace Owen finished behind him in the race, so he would have extended his lead over the American. Yannis Huti also finished behind him. So from that aspect, a lot to look forward to in this one, because a slight rejig of the gate positions for the second sprint race of the afternoon for the SX2 riders. Race 1 was 5 minutes plus a lap. Race 2 will be 5 minutes plus a lap, and their main event later on will be 8+1. Looks like everybody is in position here. Who will it be that grabs that all-important Oxhole shot as they head around that first turn? There is Blos. There's the Suti in the light blue colours this time around. The 411 of Nicolas Durcourt and Jace Owen there, number 40. And Lucas Ambert, number 72. Final tense moments then as the riders prepare for the 15-second ball that goes up right on cue. So who will it be that grabs that all-important Oxhole shot? Jace Owen takes his position, 15 seconds in, and Steve Mathis, Paul for next, joins me for this one. So the second sprint race then gets underway here. Your winner from race 1, Matt Moss, up the inside, and he gets a fantastic start, backs his second Oxhole shot of the afternoon as everybody else goes through. Trouble-free this time around, even Chris Blos, your 3-time winner from yesterday, who fell at turn 1 and got back to 5th place last time around. But it's Moss who leads the way as they head down the back straight and making their way towards the end of the lap here. Just 2 corners to go as 3 riders, 3 abreast, coming to land over the triple. Dodgy work. Don't need to be doing that on the opening lap when everybody's so tightly packed together. But as we go into the final turn, the Kawasaki rider popping into second position there, Julien Lebeau, finding his way past Colin Park and Brice Meilin. And Jace Owen finds himself in 5th place. Chris Blos in 7th place. Steve Mathis. Oh, and a bit of a take out to the outside there. What was that, Park or Brice Meilin going up the inside of Park there?
Chris Blos, absolutely phenomenal in the first one, dead last to 6th. Still got a 14-point lead for the overall right now. I was talking to him a little bit, and he's got some more work to do this afternoon. His night last night couldn't have been easier, Paul. Two main events into this, and it couldn't be any harder for the guy.
I blame the race burger after the post-race burger. But it's Moss who continues to lead. Lebeau is in second. But, as you see, riders making inroads, and Jace Owen, one of those, as he moves into third, finds his way past Colin Park, who drops to 4th. So a good lap for Owen, because he goes from 5th to 3rd, finding his way past Brice Meilin as well, the French rider.
Yeah, Jace Owen, brand new to the Honda team over in America, got 2nd last night. And, you know, the first main event tonight, Blos passed him and kind of beat him by 3 spots. So Jace Owen is number 2 overall right now as we sit. He's got some work to do. He's got to beat the 66 of Blos. Blos moves into 5th, so he's coming. The whoop speed for Blos is phenomenal tonight. And, yeah, it's going to be a big battle for Owen to keep Blos behind him.
Yeah, just at the end of the whoop section as well, we saw Blos go past Brice Meilin, so he's now up into 5th place. Here he is in red, number 66. But a day of 2 different sort of, like football is like a game of 2 halves. This has been exactly that for Chris Blos, hasn't it? 3 wins. No one could get near him yesterday. The guy was just sensational. And whatever the reason today, obviously that first one, we don't know if it would have been any different had he not gone down on the first turn. Could he have been challenging for a win? Here he is. He's got riders ahead of him, Jace Owen and Colin Park, and he's looking to find a way through as Park up the inside.
No, Park is ahead, 67 right there. Right behind Blos, we got Blos makes the pass right now again. So Blos gets into 4th right now behind Colin Park, who rides for the Phoenix Honda team and is Jace Owen's teammate in America. And Blos, again, he's been the fastest guy, but the starts haven't been there so far today to the 2 super finals for the SX2 class. He's got some work to do to get by Park and Owen. Matt Moss, what a story. 4 years suspended by WADA from the Australian Federation, and took home a win, and a rather emotional one.
First win in 6 years, he said, post-race.
Yeah.
So, yeah, quite emotional. But, yeah, the previous lap when we were down here, it was Park or Owen going up the inside of LeBeau. So that's how that was. But obviously, I'm not sure we've lost our timing here. We decided to go for just after 2 races, but we've had 3. So our points update hasn't been updated, but we know who the leader is. That's Matt Moss, of course. Jace Owen in second as they charge down the back straight. Third is Colin Park here. Fourth on the Kawasaki is Bloss, and then we've got LeBeau, Mélin, Prunier, Nicolas Dercourt, and then the number 12. I think that is the number 12 anyway, but that would be Justin Starling.
Well, Starling's best finish so far right now in 8th. He's had a rough weekend, not that happy with his bike and his setup so far. He's been working through that, but if he were to get into 8th or 7th, that'd be Starling's best race of the weekend so far for Justin Starling, who's a privateer rider in the USA.
That's also the thing, isn't it, coming over to do this Paris event. When you come over across the Atlantic, you're riding a bike provided by a European team. You can put your suspension in as Colin Park just spins up the rear end coming out of the final turn there in that 3rd place, under attack from Chris Bloss. And obviously not everybody gels with that. You know, the atmosphere, the stadium, the dirt, the settings may not feel right for this venue. Maybe Starling just having that kind of difficulty setting up.
Yeah, he's a 450 rider in America too, so now he's jumping on a 250F, right? That takes a different mentality, a different type of technique to ride a 250F really quick. And yeah, so far Justin Starling's struggling with that this weekend. Here comes Bloss on the Park right now, and I would look for Bloss to try to go by him in the whoops on the next lap, and then stick to the outside and go that way. It seems to be working for the 66. Now Park's no slouch in the whoops, but I think Bloss can get him here if he just got to get a little closer.
Yeah, the Honda SR Motor Blues rider, number 67, in 3rd place, and improving as the weekend has gone on.
Yeah, absolutely, gotten better and better. And, you know, he told me that he'd never left the country before.
Wow.
So this is the first time ever in Europe for Colin Park.
So brand new passport.
Brand new passport, brand new food, he told me. He said, I'm not doing so well with the food. So, I don't know. There's Chipotle right over here, so I don't know what he could be doing wrong.
Well, exactly. He's got Chipotle there. He's got Max there. He's got, I think there was a Burger King.
There's a Five Guys.
There's 5 Guys.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. He seems to be struggling with the food, he told me. But Matt Moss right now out in front, 2.9 second lead on Jace Owen, the Aussie rider, taking the first SX2 final tonight. Looking good to go 2 for 2. It's final lap right now, absolutely. Taking the checkers, Matt Moss.
Race wins are like buses. You wait 6 years for one to come along, 2 come along at once. Matt Moss does it again here on the Bud Racing Kawasaki. Jace Owen takes 2nd, Colin Park 3rd, Chris Bloss 4th. And we wait for Brice Mélin. If you're wondering why Mélin is riding with the red plates, because he is leading the SX2 championship coming into this round, which, of course, this is a part of. So be interesting to see how that pans out. We need to update our points there as well, because we 3 wins yesterday. Oh, this is just tonight's action. Yeah, so Matt Moss taking, that's my apologies there. So Matt Moss picking up 40 points so far, and as it stands right now, Chris Bloss on 84, 8 points clear of Matt Moss all of a sudden in the overall classification.
Yeah, you know, Chris was saying he had 14 on Jace Owen going into this second one right here. Well, now it's 8, and it's Matt Moss who has the momentum. So things could get a little dicey for Chris Bloss. Remember, this isn't Olympic-style scoring either here. The 450 class is scored that way. These guys have scored 20, 17, 15, and so on.
He was blowing after the first race, 5 minutes plus 1. It's a little bit blowy again, but you know what? He'll take that.
It's the goal for you tonight?
Yeah, we'll both try and do that. I'll do that tonight. But first of all, I want to say hello to my beautiful wife and kids back home in Australia watching this. Love you guys, and thanks for letting me chase my dream. To Paris, you guys are the best crowd in the world. So thank you, and we just love this. And another thanks to the Bud Racing team, Kawasaki, all the guys that are involved in that team. It's a tribute to giving me and Bloss sort of at the end of our career, and look what we're doing. So it's a tribute to them guys and the whole team. So thank you very much.
Bud Racing Kawasaki is 1st and 2nd in the overall classification. Chris Bloss 84, Matt Moss 76, Jace Owen 74 points on the Honda. So it's tight for that 2nd and 3rd position. But once again, Matt Moss with the Oxmoto whole shot. I don't know what he ate for dinner last night, but I tell you what, he's definitely got out of bed on the right side and had his shredded wheat, if you like, but he's doing a fine job today. 2 from 2 on Sunday for Matt Moss. Can the Aussie do what his teammate did yesterday and go and make it 3? Be a brave man to bet against him at the moment, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he was underrated last night. He didn't get the starts. He charged hard in all 3 of the super finals and came up to get pretty good finishes. Sneakily, he was good last night. You didn't notice it with the Blows domination and the Jay Sowen following Blows around, so you didn't really look at it. But Matt Moss was pretty good yesterday, and it's interesting to see him really take advantage today. And if you're Chris Blows, you're wondering, where did your starts go? And he's put in a lot of work today. And, well,
yeah, yesterday, sprint race 1, he was 6th. The second one, he found his way to 4th place. And then, obviously, the third one last night, was he...
It was further back last night. I think he crashed late.
4th again, actually.
Okay, yeah.
So that was it. And then all of a sudden, 2 wins out of 2. We're getting ready now for the second SX1 sprint race. Race 1 was 6 minutes plus a lap. This one is going to be 8 minutes plus a lap. The main event for these guys this afternoon will be 12 minutes plus a lap. So circuit conditions, you can see they're not fixing the corners. I heard somebody talk about that in the paddock last night as we were leaving, and they said they were surprised that the circuit didn't get prepped in the turns. They left it rough and technical in that respect. And it'll be a similar thing this afternoon.
Yeah, I believe you're right. They didn't do a lot of grooming. The whoops are a little smaller. KTM guys look a little better through them, which probably has to make them pretty happy. And yeah, they added a little bump turn over here in the corner before the finish line. And yeah, they kind of left the turns alone. So the times are a little bit quicker from this morning's practice. And Eli Tomac, that super pole, that really cost him, man. That gate pick. He almost pulled it off pretty good. Came out about 4th or 5th, but right now, him and Ken Roczen are tied.
Yeah.
2 to go.
On 7 points.
Yeah.
So just talking about that super pole, if you are just joining us for this second sprint race for the SX1 category, a revised start gate pick then for Tomac because he went to the line 10th in the first race because he had a near miss over on the far side when he cased and came up short. He came through with a good start, finished 3rd, but Roczen once again on fire, perfect start from that gate 1 that let him down in the final race yesterday, and obviously he made it work for him, but knowing maybe that Tomac was a few gates further down, it'd be interesting to see how the psychology works going into this second race with the 2 so close together because Tomac was electric yesterday.
Yeah, I mentioned to Kenny this morning, I said, hey, you had that inside gate and it didn't work for you. You had to be really, really mad at the world for that because it was working so good for Eli, and he said, it was fine, but he goes, I had to change my gloves. And I'm like, yeah, we saw that. And he's like, yeah, my gloves are too loose. I barely got my gloves on. The board was up, and I was all like not ready.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, why are you changing your gloves on the line? That was my #1 question to him. And he said,
they were too loose.
He goes, it's a whole thing. And I go, okay, all right, I'll leave it, Kenny. But yeah, so that was his. So that you can see that gate is going to work for him when he doesn't have to change his gloves. And get flustered.
Well, no, I heard Fox showed up in the evening and just sprayed the gloves on him this morning. They're super tight.
Super tight. There we go. Cooper Webb was better that one too as well. The Red Bull KTM rider was definitely a better Cooper Webb than we've seen, so that's good.
Yeah, and I had him in here actually for about 10 minutes in the break, and obviously enjoying being back on the Baker program. And obviously he said that they needed to sort some things out for him to get back there, but obviously moving in the right direction. And he can be working on that 2 months out from Anaheim. Anyway, the 15-second board up, 5-second board will turn.
Here we go.
And look at that, Roczen, Muscan, Tomac in the first 3 gates, and then Webb alongside them. 6 minutes, or 8 minutes plus a lap. The second SX1 sprint race, and this time Tomac around the outside, and it's Roczen and Tomac who share the Oxmoto sprint, but heading down into the second turn. Tomac gets out on top. Roczen right there behind him. He was blisteringly fast yesterday in the whip section in the final race, and he closed down a 4-second gap to 0.9 as they hit the line at the end of the 12-minute plus a lap yesterday. And he's right on the rear wheel of the Yamaha rider, who in this second race is up front for the first time this afternoon.
Be interesting to see if Ken Roczen can reel him back in and make that pass again. I would argue that last night Ken Roczen was maybe slightly better than Eli Tomac. Well, they're tied now with 2 to go. 2 mains to go, so we'll see what happens now. The real stuff's going to go on now. Look at that whoop speed by Ken Roczen.
Yeah,
look at that.
He's been taken to the outside there. These two absolutely bar to bar as they head into, and he was off balance there. The 2 rider, and he just responds immediately. Fantastic move back from Kenny Roczen. Tomac thought he'd outsmarted him at the end of the start straight there, and the two almost came together. Roczen off balance into the next corner, somehow managed to get it back on two wheels and you know, went for the jugular. And Kenny, as he stays like this, will take over the King of Paris title chase.
Yeah, absolutely. Great racing by Ken Roczen right there. Out of shape to make it a pass for the lead. That's only what the elite guys can do, and that was pretty cool to watch. Cooper Webb third, Marvin Musquin fourth, Justin Brayton fifth, and we'll see those guys go at it for the rest of this race. Shorter race, like Paul mentioned, so we're not going to see a lot of separation between these guys. Brayton's certainly pretty fast in the whoops. He's moving up on Marvin.
So Eli Tomac, can he recover? He wasn't able to salvage anything. It was a similar pass at the end of the start straight yesterday that he moved on Kenny yesterday, wasn't it? And obviously couldn't come back from that. That was in the second race, I believe. But all of a sudden, Cooper Webb, maybe with some suspension settings, maybe the drier dirt is just helping him out a little bit here as well.
Yep. Yeah,
going after Tomac, and he was all over the back of Tomac in the latter stage of race one. So he's obviously picked his pace up to match Tomac's today.
Absolutely. Sprinting away from him. Look at that whoop speed. That's great. That's fantastic to watch these guys do that. Oh, Cooper Webb gets a little buck wild in there, hits the front, drops the front end a little bit. That's going to, you know, scare you a little bit. There's no doubt.
And you have no choice but to keep it pinned at that moment as well, because if you do shut off, forks drop, game over.
Absolutely. So, yeah, we'll see if Marvin Musquin here, who was impressive third place there in the last one, or second place, sorry, can get into the mix again a little bit. Justin Brayton looks like he's gaining a little bit in the whoops, which is not surprising right now. But Marvin and Cooper are better today.
8 points, Kenny Roczen. 9 points, Eli Tomac. 12 points further back, Cooper Webb. Or 12 off the lead. He's on 20. He is in that battle with Musquin and Brayton, isn't he, for the third place in this overall classification. But tell you what, Brayton all over the back of Musquin.
Absolutely. Brayton riding really well here. And Cooper Webb separated himself a little bit. So, yeah, Cooper Webb maybe find a little, maybe the interview gave him a bit of good juju or something there, Paul.
He's welcome to come back between race 2 and 3 if he wants.
You know, I made mention last night about the blue gear for Justin Brayton. So I brought that theory up to him, and he said, yeah, it was absolutely crazy. He had ripped his gear in the crash, and that's why he changed.
Yeah.
So that was it. That was it for my theory.
I saw him actually sign the shirt, give the shirt away to somebody, you know, ripped arm was almost hanging off of it, you know.
Yeah.
Here he goes down the inside of Musquin. He's got the inside line in the turn just as he needs it as well. And Musquin almost gave it to him there, almost stood up in the pegs and went, okay, you have it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Marvin knows who the better guy in the whoops is, right? If JB can get Cooper Webb, that'll be pretty impressive here. We got 4 minutes to go. And right now, that was probably Justin Brayton's best lap, 43.7 last time around. Puts him second fastest right now. We'll see what he does this lap here. And right now, Tomac looks like he's reeled in Kenny a little bit.
Yeah, so
one second back.
Only a second back with his fastest lap of the race as well. 43.2, 6:10. Well, more than that actually.
Yeah, yeah. Eli's fastest quick lap there was 43.2. Brayton didn't set his fastest lap there. 43.7 for that time around, but Cooper 44.1. So 4/10 quicker. Justin Brayton was than Cooper Webb. If we do the math right now in the gap, 3 minutes to go, it looks like we're going to get a good race here if JB keep pushing.
3:20 plus a lap. The top two throughout the whole weekend, Roczen and Tomac, in whatever order you want to put them, are dominating this race once again. If you put the flag out now, and this is the final race, let's say, then of course Roczen would be crowned King of Paris for the first time. Eli Tomac is going for his second title, though.
I think if you're Cooper Webb right now and you're this much improvement on day two, you got to be pretty happy with everything that's been going on. I don't think last night they were even close to being on the pace of the leaders. And the number two, the two-time 450 Supercross champion, he's hanging in there as we look at Cedric Supercross, who had a big one today in practice. Huge. I'm glad he's out there, and he's glad he's okay.
Yeah, and he's recovering well for sixth position at the moment. So pretty much probably where we expected him to be with the five guys ahead of him, Roczen, Tomac, Webb, Brayton, Musquin, possibly expected to be in those top five positions. Time ticking away, 2.5 to go.
Roczen coming up to lap Alex Ray here, who's just trying to complete all the laps. That's all we want him to do. And he's moved over. He made it easy for Tomac and Roczen. Good for A-Ray.
Yeah, gap going out to 1.8 seconds, 1.6 seconds again. So a good response this from Roczen, even though, yeah, it was 43.5, 44.3. doing exactly what he needs to do and gaining in confidence. And actually, I spoke to him this morning. He said he was a little bit sick, actually. He was already getting sick. We got Ryder down in the finish line area. Big waved yellow, so I'm not sure who's gone down there off the side of the track, crawling his way just out of our window.
I believe that is Ramet. It looks like it may be Ramet. Thomas Ramet, French rider, is down.
The visor is all kind of broken, and he's holding maybe not one, but both wrists and arms there as well. But obviously, you can't roll the finish line. You just got to be. It's one of those, isn't it? You try to, but see how steep it is. You can't just drop off the end of it.
No.
So you've just got to drop onto the top. Yeah, bike park there. So I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but didn't end well for Ramet.
And Brayton was a little quicker again that lap on the number 2, so we'll try to eyeball this gap a little bit. Oh, yeah, 1 minute, 10 seconds to go. Justin's going to need some help to make this pass, but he's definitely reeled in Cooper Webb right now, and that's pretty impressive considering it was a late race charge like that.
Talking to late race charges, Tomac all over the back of Roczen once again. It was 1.018 seconds at the end of the previous lap. We're about to hit the line at lap 9. Oh, and he loses the front, gets on the gas. That's a little bit too much. Loses that advantage. It's 1.08. Just as he was reeling them in. How much is the sickness going to play into this? Well, so far, not a lot. He's still able to skim across those whoops. And I was talking to the Yamaha manager today as well, and he said, actually, Eli, not a fan of soft whoops, and the ground dries out. That should favor him, and they're a little bit smaller as well, should favor him. But then, Kenny has been solid.
Yeah, I was talking to John Tomac earlier, and I said, is Eli saying the track is dried out much? He said, no, he hasn't said anything. Boy, Brayton made the move on Webb, couldn't make it stick, and then Cooper clanks that next rhythm, and we got a race for third, and we got a race for first going on here.
And look at this, 9 seconds on the clock as they hit the line, so it's going to be 2 laps from now. Are they going to be 2 big laps for Tomac? Is Roczen going to be able to hold him off there and take the win, the second win of the day, and take advantage at the top of the championship, the Paris Championship standings?
Wouldn't it be cool, Paul, to ride whoops like that?
Oh, absolutely.
Wouldn't it be awesome?
I rode some in my sleep last night.
Oh, okay.
And, yeah, they were a breeze, easy. Oh, and Webb and Brayton going at it.
This has been a battle for a few laps now.
Nice. Good combination through there. Brayton takes him, moves into third.
So that's an important part of the King of Mercy title. That would have put Brayton into the third place spot. So that's a big change right there with 1 to go from here. Good ride for the number 10 Moto Concepts, or I should say Honda Genuine rider.
Honda Genuine here.
This weekend, yeah.
Into the final lap. Nothing in it between these two. Is there going to be a chink in the armor? Is there going to be one last push from Tomac through the whoops? You're Kenny Roczen, and you're going through that whoop section, and you know that you're the fastest rider through there, and you've got a guy breathing down your neck, half a wheel apart. It's almost a relief to find those whoops, isn't it? And just attack them and go, yep, there's a couple of bike lengths.
Yeah, JB feels pretty confident in those things. Here we come up. One more turn to go for Ken Roczen. Eli Tomac trying to make it happen.
Yeah, final turn over the little dragon back, and Roczen makes it 2 in a row. Eli Tomac second. That changes the course of the overall standing as well, because Tomac will drop to second. All of a sudden, the pressure on Roczen now will lead this series for the first time.
We are set up for an exciting third SX1 final. That's going to be great.
Yeah, good ride that from Supercross as well. Anthony Bourdon, Gregory Aranda, Julian Rosali, and Maxime Dupre will round out the top 10 ahead of Kevin Moran's Joan Cross. Here's Kenny Roczen getting ready to talk to our guys down there in a moment. Be interesting to hear what he has to say.
C'est ligne droite de départ avec Ken Roczen. Encore une course magnifique, Ken. Super pole, sprint 1, sprint 2.
Who was it got the Oxmoto? Kenny just for the second time.
The main event.
About as close as you can get.
It will be a different race.
Obviously, this lane was great again. Start wasn't so good, but made it happen around the first turn and put on an aggressive pass. I'm over the moon. We have 1 more to go, and I want to be in it, and that's exactly what we're doing. Super excited with how I'm riding right now.
Alors, Ken, il nous explique qu'il n'a pas pris un super départ.
You gave me a weird look there. Steve Mathers, Paul Tomac. On Kenny Roczen going, yeah, the start wasn't so good there. You just gave me the, I was thinking, I sat next to Scooby here.
But he said I made it in the first turn, so he clarified himself a little bit there, yeah.
But yeah, he did lose that going in the second turn as Tomac came through, and then there's obviously a little bit of close contact between them.
This is just me, but I classify the first turn as part of the start. You know what I mean? But that's just me. Kenny obviously has a different definition.
Yeah. These two putting on quite the show, though.
So I have a question, Paul. If Eli Tomac takes the win the next one, they will be exactly tied for the King of Paris with the same results, the same horse result. How does it get crowned?
Well, it will be one. It'll be 3 wins each.
Yep.
A couple of seconds each,
and a
couple of thirds. I would imagine that it would be on the last race.
Okay. So Tomac would take
because that's how it works in AMA. That's how it works in FIM Motocross.
Okay.
Not sure what rules they're running here in Paris, whether it's FFM, but they're normally governed as well in accordance with FIM. So, yeah, if Tomac goes 1 and Roczen goes 2, they tie on points, and everything is the same. 1s, 2s, and 3s, and the same. You know, it could go on countback. You know, when your last win was, and obviously Kenny with 2 wins today and Tomac 1, that might also be the deciding factor.
Be interesting to see if we end up at that point and how the judging goes for this. But yeah, right now, the King of Paris, Roczen up by 1 on Tomac. Brayton third, 21. That pass on Cooper, as we mentioned, gives him the tiebreak for third. Cooper Webb tied with him 21. Marvin Muscan, 24. Safe to say the race for the King is over. We're going to have 1 of 2 riders.
Yeah, and just see the toll that's taken out on there, just sweating profusely because, yeah, he is sick. Told me that this morning. But big win for K-Rock. Second win of the day. And can you make it 3 from 3? Eli Tomac, you know he's going to have something to say about it. Here's the thing. Race 1, Ken Roczen, gate number 1. Eli Tomac, gate 10. Race 2, Roczen, gate 1, Tomac, gate 3. Side by side. The psychological going into the final race, gates 1 and 2?
Well, they did that last night, and maybe it was the gloves or whatever it was, but Tomac gated him much better in that third one when they were next to each other. So, yeah, we'll see what happens there. That's interesting. I mean, you're a former top racer. There's a lot of head games and mental stuff that goes on the gate when you line up next to your rival, and, you know, you're thinking about it. So that'll be interesting to see if that happens.
So here's the poor start from K-Rock then, as he got the whole shot. But look, it was Tomac's response into the second corner that just got him out there in front. But then what we had from those two after that, as Kenny got close, got around the outside, Tomac took him to the outside. Kenny cut back. He was off balance midway through this rhythm section. Watch here. Left leg off the pegs, lands it, cuts it down early, takes him back out there, slows him down.
That's some world-class stuff right there from Ken Roczen, folks. You wonder why he's got all those wins. You just watch that right there. That's amazing technique by Ken Roczen, from you know, having poor technique to amazing technique.
And Brayton obviously pushing hard to take third in the later stages of the race. And he did it here just across the whoops. Look at that, the difference in style and speed and pace between Brayton and Muscan. He's, I think, he's ridden very well, Justin Brayton. Just a shame he had that first turn crash in race 2 that, you know, he had to work back from that to get 7th because he would have been in the mix as well. But, yeah. Still the blue, though, wasn't it?
It's interesting to see how racers go throughout the weekend. And I've been here so many times. You have been here so many times. It's like a confidence just builds and builds and builds. And if you get knocked down, like Brayton's starts were great, right? And he was fastest in practice yesterday. Then his start was great. Then he has that unfortunate race where he goes down the first turn. And now he can't quite nail his starts like he did in main number 1.
Yeah.
Right? And you wonder, it's just a confidence thing. And he's getting back. And so maybe he'll get back in the mix for this last one. But it's just a cascade waterfall of confidence, good starts, you know you're doing, and you just keep rolling out through the weekend. And if something stops you, now you're back to square one. There's Jelly, Eli's mechanic.
How much time have you spent down there in sort of like the Honda and the Yamaha camps in terms of, because obviously you're a former mechanic as well, so.
Top mechanic, some say.
Oh, top mechanic. Yeah. And you will be asking those kind of questions to the riders, to the, you know, to their wrenches and stuff like that in terms of, have you made any tweaks, yes or no? I mean, what kind of tires are they running? Because I was talking to Sebastian today, Tortelli alongside us, and he said that Kenny, one of his things was he was running what he felt was maybe a wider tire than he would have liked.
Yeah, the difference is some guys are 110, some guys are 120s.
Yeah.
They all put new tires on for the day. It looked like all the top riders put new tires on today, if the mechanics did. So they, even though there was barely any wear on them, they wanted that fresh edge for today. Small suspension change for Roczen yesterday. And then for Tomac, I asked, I said, did you guys make any changes? They told me no. I did see his suspension tech checking the air in the front forks. And whether he added some or took some out, I don't know. They told me not. They said it was the same thing, but there was an air gauge on the fork of Eli Tomac. So something was going on there. Could have just been a check, though. And other than that, no, everything else has been pretty good. Obviously, with the strange fuel that we run over here yesterday, a couple guys said the mapping was a little off, and they made some changes yesterday or Friday. And yeah, that was about it. So not too much changes from what I've seen.
Yeah, because obviously the last time any American riders that would have taken part in the Motocross Nations earlier on in the year, September, people like Tomac, they would have had more familiarity being there. Even though with the fuel changes, they would have had time to test over there. But they're coming inside and indoor arenas and things like that. Yeah, a little bit of a different ball game altogether.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are these guys' full race bikes, right, from America, shipped as a complete bike. The old days of bringing over a pipe and a silencer and a cylinder header are long gone now. These are bikes that are very, very familiar to all these racers. They rode them in America and got tested, and they came over here. So there's not a lot of variables, but one of them is fuel. And I heard a couple guys saying on Friday they had a couple things that they couldn't get their fuel from the World Rounds here. So it was a little different fuel, and they tried them out. And so, yeah, other than that, I don't see too much adjustments being made. I was trying to find out if the track was drier, and I couldn't really figure that out. Talking to guys, they're like, no, not really said anything. To me, it looks drier, and that for slipperier, and therefore tire/shock adjustments. But can't really figure that out.
Yeah, Cooper Webb said it, wasn't too much different. Said at least they've not had to put any water on the ground. The moisture is still in it. So, and when you have that little bit of moisture, the ground is nice and tacky, nice and grippy.
Mm-hmm.
But we have seen today, like again, the corners breaking down and the some of the lines in the landing zone just kind of, rutting up.
Yeah.
But you expect that because you're coming down, 100 odd kilos worth of bike, just through that section there as everything bottoms out, G's out. You expect that to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a traditional Paris thing, and I can imagine. I don't think I ever did this when it was 3 days. Maybe I did. But by the third day, the track's even worse, right? But absolutely, it's a great dirt here. Starts out really nice, and as like you said, I think you touched on it earlier. The lack of maintenance in some of the turns was brought up to me this morning around practice, and I think that was just done on purpose, right?
Possibly just to keep a bit of edge in the corners and things like that. Obviously it makes the track just a little bit more technical in one or two places, because otherwise if they keep doing it, then maybe the track just slicks up a little bit more. At least they've got a rut to get into. But then as you see, as they come out of those little ruts, starting to edge out a little bit, then you get the polish, and then you still can lose brake traction on the first of a single, for instance.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the King of Paris standings here with 1 to go this afternoon, and both classes. I mean, even Chris Blows, he's got that 8-point lead, but the way his night has gone, it's not going to be easy for him to get that. But looking at the King of Paris standings here, and boy, 2 riders really stand out. And then after that, to me, the eye test tells me Justin Brayton's been the 3rd best guy all weekend long. But, I mean, we just had Cooper Webb get 2 fourths, and Marv got a 2nd in the first race today. Crowd really loved that. And they're right in the mix for 3rd. Again, to me, Justin Brayton's ridden better than Cooper Webb and Marvin Musquin, but with anything to go, anything can happen. You can see Cooper Webb getting 3rd or Marvin Musquin get 3rd. It's a clear dichotomy between the top 2 and the rest of the field. But, yeah, I think if you're Justin Brayton, you feel like you're the 3rd best guy, and you should get 3rd.
Yeah.
Which I think I talked to him, and he told me it does matter. He wants to get 3rd. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a nice little payday here for him as well, in terms of, the little prize fund. Obviously, they're getting a little bit of start money as well. But, part of the reason for being out here. But I'm sure the organisers here, when you add it up 2 nights in a row, there's a little bit of change in the back pocket there as well.
Yeah, a little bit. And I can confirm last night I made a joke about Dylan Ferrandis. Maybe the check not being big enough. That's not why he is the French star. I was told by people close to Dylan Ferrandis, it was not the money that he wasn't here. Yeah, it was other things. But Yeah, so just to clarify.
Yeah, I spoke to the manager down there at Yamaha, and he said it was just the fact that, you know, he's already riding his 23 bike, and he wanted to bring that bike, and they couldn't get that here in time. So, you know, when you spend time on what is a brand new motorcycle, you're already feeling very, very good, which he is, I'm told. He just didn't want to go back to that because, yeah, you do that kind of just feels a little bit alien, no matter the success that you've had on it. You know, if you're making strides and the bike's going forward and you're going forward and the whole development thing, it makes sense to, if you can't get it here, then don't come at all. But,
and if you're Eli Tomac, you've been on the 22 in Cardiff, and you've been on the 22 at the Motocross De Nations, and just keep it rolling, right?
And that bike obviously stayed here after Cardiff, so he's obviously riding that one. But once he gets back to the US on Monday, it's all systems go for the 2023 bike for Eli Tomac. But we are going to take a break. So Steve Mathis, Paul Pemex, thanks for joining us for those two middle sprint races. We will be back a little later on, and obviously there's going to be a lot more in-stadium entertainment, you know, with KTM, with Honda, with all the other sponsors. There's YCF, there's Milwaukee, and even more things, you know, throwing T-shirts out into the crowd and whatever else. Somehow they managed to sort of stick another 45 minutes onto the program in and around there, but we don't need to be a part of that. So around 6:10, 6:12, we will have the SX2 finale, so about 40 minutes from now. And then, of course, following on from that, after the podium ceremonies, we will be on the gate for the SX1 main event around about 6:35, thereabouts. So Steve and I, we're going to take a break, and we will see you in around about 30, 40 minutes' time. Enjoy your whatever it is you're doing on a Sunday in the meantime. We'll see you back here on mxgptv.com a little later on.
Vous comprenez pourquoi vous m'avez manqué, pourquoi vous nous avez manqué. C'est une passion qui nous est comme ça au fond du cœur, indéfectible. C'est grâce à ça, c'est grâce à mon sport, et c'est grâce avant tout à cette atmosphère magique. Tout à l'heure, c'est maintenant cette fois que je me suis qui vous a annoncé que vous êtes le meilleur public de Montpellier, je peux vous dire sans aucune démagogie. C'est vrai. Tout de suite, la grille de départ, parce que là, il y a des artistes qui sont prêts. On se dirige sur la grille de départ. Alors, mesdames et messieurs, la grille suivante est prête, et là, je sens qu'il y a du solide. Là, il y a du musclé, il y a du bodybuildé, il y a du tatoué. Regardez-les, ça va les gars, vous êtes prêts? Ouais. Vous allez moins faire les malins dans vos minutes, hein. Vous allez moins faire les malins. Voilà, on va remettre probablement la salle en configuration course. On va vous proposer quand même de savoir où vous allez, parce que vous avez compris que évidemment, par contre, je ne vous ai pas donné encore, hein, d'accord? Donc, vous allez, voilà, on a un peu en l'air, on va pouvoir mettre la configuration. Voilà, on retrouve l'éclairage normal. Alors, je vous rappelle le parcours de l'évoluer en coulisses, ok? Vous allez partir en courant avec le guidon tenu à deux mains, d'accord? Vous filez tout droit, d'accord? Vous voyez la petite porte qui est au fond là-bas? Vous prenez la petite porte, vous traversez le couloir, vous allez voir en sortant l'arc de la défense sur la droite. Vous faites le tour, c'est le côté droit de l'arbre de la défense, bien sûr. Le grand tour, vous revenez et vous remontez ensuite par la petite porte qui est là-bas. Ok, non? Ah non, on me dit que c'est que j'ai dit une connerie. D'accord. Ah, c'était pas vraiment. Non, rassurez-vous, le parcours c'est bien celui que vous avez décidé. Alors attention, attention à la grille du départ. Et c'est le public qui va lancer les 5 secondes. Le public, attention, le public va lancer pour la grille. Le public va lancer pour la grille. Là, les choses qui sont en grille. 5, 4.
Dans le POPB, la passion qui résonne à travers les années, le même feeling en entrant dans l'arène, le meilleur public, c'est dans notre ADN, des pilotes transcendés, juste par l'ambiance, des posters qui pètent vite, pour tous les gosses, des banderoles agitées, dans tous les sens, parlant technique, on connaît tous les codes, ouais, H20, 10 minutes, conso, 10 minutes, 10 qui s'illumine, et bienvenue sur le style dans toute la salle, les paillettes plein les yeux du freestyle au final, chaque double grille, la grille
course au guidon. On nous signale que le record absolu a été battu en 2 minutes 37 secondes et 4 centièmes. Bah dis donc, toujours oui.
Non, mais je travaille pour le Canada, donc...
Ah non, mais non, tu roules à domicile, toi, tu t'entraînes alors.
Ouais.
Tu t'appelles comment?
Jérémy Costa.
Jérémy, c'est pas pour ça qu'il faut demander l'augmentation demain.
Bah non, mais bon... Va avec.
Jérémy, tu es le gagnant et le ralenti de l'arrivée. Regardez l'arrivée. Regardez le ralenti tout de suite. Ça se joue dans le dernier mètre. L'ascension finale. C'est Mesmer. C'est Magoli, c'est Mesmer. La montée, il gravit. Et de toute façon, il se sera pas regardé la page de lâcher le guidon. Il est magnifique. Il ronfle le sang. C'est superbe. Voir quelle performance. Sincèrement, nous sommes éblouis. Applaudissements, les garçons, quand même. Il a été magique. Il a été magique.
Jérémy, du coup.
Oui, Jules ou Jérémy, c'est pareil, c'est ton deuxième prénom. Un petit coucou à tous tes potes. Voilà, et puis regarde, elle est là, cette YCF, ok? Bravo à toi. Bravo, merci mes amis, vos applaudissements pour la course au guidon. Ah là 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 là, quelle émotion. Quelle émotion. Ok, alors, 50 ans.
Du Supercross. Celui du Supercross est né le 72 au mois de juillet. Au mois de juillet 72,
Le premier Supercross aurait été s'appelait Super Bowl Motocross, c'était l'appellation puisqu'il s'est déroulé à Coliseum de Los Angeles et ensuite le Super Bowl Motocross a été contracté, c'est devenu Supercross. Première édition, juillet 72. 50 ans plus tard, nous sommes à Paris, la Défense Arena. Eh bien, figurez-vous que 50 ans, c'est aussi un anniversaire, je veux dire un anniversaire très important pour notre partenaire, le voici à l'écran.
Pour les petits malins. Pour les gros malins. Aussi pour les bienfaiteurs. Et les vendeurs. Ou les anticonformistes. Les avant-gardistes.
Et oui, nous sommes de retour dans les coupures de toute soirée avec des actes qui apparaissent sur l'écran. C'est une opération où on a devait absolument participer parce qu'on a fait effectivement les 50 ans de ce modèle tout à fait particulier. La Honda Civic, 50 ans, l'automobile est aussi un nouveau défi parce que c'est vrai, on a par l'automobile aujourd'hui, mais dans l'imaginaire collectif, c'est aussi associé bien évidemment à la locomotive. C'est normal, les légitimité en trouvé au bas de et Jérôme,
si j'ai bien compris, d'après mes informations venues de la régie, on a tout vérifié. C'est vous qui êtes l'heureux gagnant du stage de pilotage sur la Civic R.
Oui, apparemment, c'est bien moi.
Permis déjà quand même, hein?
Presque.
Oui, de toute façon, sur un stage de pilotage au circuit, c'est pas nécessaire, hein, je te rassure tout de suite. Jérôme, tu viens d'où?
Belgique.
Tu viens de Belgique? Mais toi, t'es un flamand,
Ah non, pas du tout, ouais.
T'es flamand,
Oh!
T'es wallon alors?
100%, ouais.
Bah, j'ai bien compris, oui. Je te taquinais un peu parce que c'est vrai qu'il y a presque deux Belgiques, il y a une Belgique et demie, mais on est très content qu'en plus tu sois avec nous. On adore les Belges en général, mais c'est vrai qu'on a un petit clin d'œil pour nos amis wallons. Alors, Aurélia, qui est évidemment très heureuse de te remettre ce cadeau, puisque c'était un jeu concours très important qui était organisé par la marque pour faire savoir qu'Honda, c'est une marque importante et la Civic aussi.
Effectivement, on est hyper content aujourd'hui de présenter la nouvelle Civic hybride. Cette année 2022, c'est une année très très importante d'anniversaire, 50 ans de Civic et 50 ans de CR, déclinaison CRF. Et le fêter au Supercross, ça arrive effectivement avec adrénaline, avec passion et sensation. Pour cette Civic qui est juste à côté de nous, on a gardé cet ADN de dynamisme avec 184 chevaux cumulés. C'est vraiment génial. Et là, Jérôme, il a gagné pour le Prat 2023 une journée au volant de la nouvelle Typer qui sortira en 2023. Une journée vraiment de pur plaisir au volant de cette voiture.
Et là, ce ne sera pas 184 chevaux pour la Typer, je te le dis tout de suite, ce sera beaucoup plus musclé. Content, je suppose.
Super content en tant qu'amateur de sensations fortes, de moto, de voiture, de vitesse, super content.
Eh ben nous aussi, on est content que tu sois content. Donc, tout va bien, on est heureux que notre partenaire soit à nos côtés. Partenaire automobile, bien évidemment, on l'a vu avec la Civic Air, dont on fait la promotion indirectement avec ce stage de pilotage. Et si tu le veux bien, on va maintenant enchaîner également pour la moto, parce qu'on a parlé de ces 50 ans. Ces 50 ans concernant la moto, c'est aussi les 50 ans de la Honda CR. Et oui, tout le monde parle aujourd'hui de la CRF. F pour four, 4 temps. Mais la Honda CR est née en 72 avec un modèle 2 temps à l'origine, 125 et 250. Et pour parler de la moto, on a des gens prestigieux à nos côtés, et notamment un ambassadeur Honda, et d'ailleurs c'est un titre officiel. Il a même conservé le suite de l'époque, ou presque. Jean-Michel Bayle, mesdames et messieurs. JMB, petit coup d'œil sur l'écran, vidéo. Nous sommes avec Jean-Michel Bayle, nous l'avons dit, ambassadeur historique de Honda, mais n'oublions pas, nous l'avons évoqué tout à l'heure en antenne en quelque sorte, Adrien Panté-Vérenne vient de rejoindre la famille en ayant intégré HRC, Honda Racing Corporation, qui est la division compétition de haut niveau de Honda, qui portera les couleurs de la marque, non pas en motocross, mais sur les grands espaces africano, américano, enfin bref, sur le monde entier, sur toutes les courses de désert notamment. Jean-Mi, ça vous rappelle que des bons souvenirs, hein, cette série. On rappelle qu'effectivement, vous avez connu dans votre carrière très peu de marques, et en particulier votre début de carrière, les championnats de France, les championnats du monde, vos titres mondiaux, c'était sur des Honda.
Et oui, on a vu dans la vidéo, Honda était impliqué dans toutes les disciplines que j'aime, et ça m'a permis de rouler sur les meilleures motos et de gagner ce Supercross de Paris il y a bien longtemps, mais ça fait plaisir d'être là et d'être de retour avec une CRF devant moi et tout le public ici.
Avec 2 CRF devant toi d'ailleurs. Parce que figure-toi qu'il y en a une superbe qui est là aussi, c'est un petit 110 qui a été spécialement, allez, on va dire, dédié au 50e anniversaire. Est-ce que le vainqueur est par là? J'ai l'impression que c'est pas vous, jeune homme, hein? Ah non, je vois, non, on avait quand même mis des conditions au jeu, puis vous travaillez pour la maison, donc vous n'avez pas le droit de jouer. Alors, tu t'appelles comment?
Enzo.
Enzo, tu viens d'où?
Je viens de Bretagne.
Enzo, tu viens de Bretagne, tu vois, comme ton prénom l'indique, bien évidemment. Enzo, plus sérieusement, est-ce que tu roules en moto?
Ouais, je roule en 125.
125 cross ou de route?
KTM.
Donc sur le cross encore.
Motocross.
Ben voilà, c'est parfait. Regarde, tu as gagné. On va faire un petit mot avec l'équipe Honda. Il a donc gagné à travers le jeu concours. Il a gagné ce 110 RF.
Il a gagné cette 110 CRF, oui, qu'on a mis aux couleurs de la version 50e anniversaire. Voilà, on est très heureux de lui offrir. Et puis, voilà.
Ben voilà, moi je pense qu'on a presque tout dit, je crois que l'essentiel est dit. On rappelle qu'il y a beaucoup d'informations également, on va les rajouter à travers les réseaux sociaux, à travers les sites internet avec Honda France notamment.
Exactement, et on lui a fait dédicacer par Ken Roczen, Justin Brayton et puis Chandy également.
Ben voilà, ben si avec ça tu vas pas plus vite, à mon avis tu vas même aller plus vite avec la 110 qu'avec la 125.
Ah bah ça c'est sûr, là il n'y a pas de raison là.
Bravo en tout cas, merci à nos amis bretons, merci à Honda France qui nous accompagne depuis le début de cette aventure. Alors on n'est pas à 50 ans pour le Supercross de Paris, mais on fêtera la 40e édition l'année prochaine. Vous voyez, finalement, on s'en rapproche aussi. Merci Honda France, merci Jean-Mi, merci Adrien, merci Aurélia, bien évidemment, merci à toute l'équipe Honda Moto. On est très très heureux d'avoir passé ce moment avec vous. On vous fait une grosse bise et on vous souhaite une très belle fin de soirée. À tout à l'heure. Merci Jean-Mi, merci Adrien. Ciao. Et l'entrée dans l'arène d'un nouveau champion. Regardez-le déjà parti. Il a sauté la grille. Ce jeune champion est titré un titre européen, mesdames et messieurs. Il a 8 ans. Il est sous le regard d'un autre célèbre tout jeune pilote aussi. Il vient de s'imposer dans le championnat européen, l'European IMX Junior Championship. Il est le champion d'Europe de cette catégorie, ce titre, pseudo-titre européen en tout cas. C'est Timothée, on va le retrouver dans un instant. Il va être accueilli sur la table d'arrivée, vous pouvez le saluer, il a déjà beaucoup de métiers. C'est une star, vous l'avez vu à l'écran. Le salut pour Timothée 16. Marvin, je vois que vous avez toujours le sourire. C'est évidemment toujours sympa. Et puis, en même temps, les souvenirs se bousculent parce que je suis sûr qu'au fond de vous, vous vous souvenez de cette période quand vous aviez 8-10 ans.
Ah ouais, carrément. Mais c'est vrai qu'on n'avait pas autant de soutien là, du public. Je me souviens faire la cérémonie d'ouverture au POPB de Bercy. C'était vraiment un super souvenir. Mais là, voilà, là c'est le champion d'Europe et il est français. Donc ça, c'est vraiment génial de l'accueillir comme ça. Merci au public et c'est vrai que ouais, ces petites stars déjà et pouvoir accueillir le public comme ça, c'est vraiment génial.
Timothée 16, mesdames et messieurs, qui s'est imposé sur le circuit européen avec une machine électrique, car évidemment, chez KTM, on est attentif à toutes les technologies et en particulier pour l'éducatif, pour permettre aux enfants d'apprendre cela dans les meilleures conditions et notamment la sécurité. À mes côtés, Eric Bernard, Eric qui est vous-même un ancien pilote international de très haut niveau, qui maintenant avait des responsabilités depuis plusieurs années, évidemment, c'est de la compétition, de la promotion de KTM. C'est quoi l'idée, en fait, à travers cette petite série européenne?
Alors, depuis 2 ans, KTM a lancé l'European Junior MX Series. Ce sont 5 courses qui se déroulent en parallèle du MXGP. Cette année, il y a eu une dizaine d'enfants de 7 à 9 ans qui ont participé, et Timothée est le vainqueur de cette série. Et on est ravis, forcément, c'est un Français.
Oui, parce qu'on rappelle qu'il y avait de nombreuses nationalités. Hein. Comme nous le disions, il n'y a pas beaucoup de championnats pour les enfants dans beaucoup de pays européens. C'était l'une des rares opportunités de rouler pour les gosses. Et Timothée a pu bénéficier de cette expérience avec des adversaires qui ne parlaient pas la même langue que lui.
Évidemment, et puis ça nous a permis en France de créer le Mini Academy. En fait, ce sont des écoles de pilotage qu'on parraine pour organiser de la découverte et de l'initiation pour les jeunes.
Et on rappelle que ces écoles de pilotage, pardon Eric, vous allez le préciser, mais elles ne sont pas anodines. C'est-à-dire que vous avez sélectionné 7 écoles, je crois, de mémoire de cette école de pilotage, mais qui sont toutes dirigées par d'anciens très grands pilotes.
Oui, c'est ça. Parmi eux, il y a Valentin Tellier, Loïc Rombaud, Steven Frossard, et j'en passe les autres. Voilà. Et puis l'idée, c'est d'augmenter bien sûr le nombre d'écoles dès l'année prochaine.
Voilà, ils travaillent bien à l'école, en moto comme à côté évidemment. Bravo en tout cas pour l'initiative. On rappelle que c'est aussi une espèce de stratégie globale qui consiste à faire découvrir la moto. Et puis tous ne réussiront pas bien évidemment, mais les meilleurs d'entre eux, s'ils persévèrent, en travaillant beaucoup, pourquoi pas une belle carrière à la Ken Roczen, puisque lui aussi est passé par la filière.
Évidemment, c'est ça, l'idée c'est d'aider les jeunes. On a des nouveaux produits qui vont arriver bientôt, un peu plus grands, toujours électriques. Alors c'est une découverte, hein, pour les jeunes c'est très bien, et puis on le voit avec Timothée qui a fait des belles performances cette année, on lui souhaite un bon avenir.
Merci, vos applaudissements mesdames et messieurs pour Timothée 16. Bravo Marvin pour votre soutien, je vois que vous prenez toujours beaucoup de plaisir, et puis vous avez encore d'autres responsabilités parce que pour vous le programme n'est pas terminé.
Eh non, la plus belle finale reste à venir, donc ça va être top.
À tout à l'heure, merci beaucoup, à tout de suite. Allez, la belle vidéo à l'écran pour accompagner. Alors, on a vu Timothée 16, on a vu des partenaires, on a vu de belles finales. Merci, merci tout de suite. On est avec... voilà, merci Marvin, merci Timothée. Parce que, figurez-vous, on va laisser la place nette maintenant. Voilà, je pensais que ça se faisait. Allez, Marvin, tu descends. Ah oui, carrément, carrément. Attends, c'est Marvin qui pilote. Voilà, petit clin d'œil sympa. Voilà Marvin Musquin qui pilote dans la descente. Voilà, belle vidéo évidemment, KTM engagé sur tous les fronts, en enduro bien sûr, en supermoto, en supercross, en motocross classique, constructeur européen qui donne des fils à retordre à l'industrie internationale. Ça va les voir on entend bien notre qualité derrière notre machine. On est tout près des lumières là. Les élèves progressivement qui arriveront dans l'arène. Mesdames et messieurs, il y a MRPRO tout de suite sur la barrière en ligne. Et voici donc souvenir triplé. Tout cela va s'égaler autour du filière par maintenant. Nicolas Texier qui est en voie de son fonction. Catherine Carac. Julien Le Grand. Le souvenir de la fille. On est là, en tant que passionnés, il y a des familles aujourd'hui, il y a des gens qui ne connaissent pas forcément ce qu'il y a, il y a beaucoup d'entre nous découvrent la discipline. Et bien, vous devez vous aussi vous fondre dans le groupe et vous installer avec nous.
On va faire la même chose avec lui parce que c'est une légende vivante. Je vais annoncer son prénom et la salle va évidemment énumérer son nom derrière. Attention, mesdames et messieurs, je vous demande de saluer et surtout de présenter vous-même Edgar Toronteras. Je sais qu'on va pas laisser le chemise parce que je vous l'ai fait hier soir. Rappelez-nous votre première apparition. Il y a combien de temps? La première fois, c'est maintenant. À Paris. À Paris, c'est 1995. Ah, il y a 1995, mesdames et messieurs. On se rapproche des 60. Mais Edgar, il est là encore. Edgar, il est encore. Et vous allez évidemment ouvert la voie à de nombreux riders européens et vous allez même ouvert la voie aux États-Unis. Mais ouvert la voie pour l'équipe VOX aussi, parce que votre voix est célèbre.
La voix est célèbre parce que ce micro, vous savez vous en servir aussi, non pas pour présenter les courses, en tout cas de le faire à votre manière. Alors, il y a beaucoup d'anciens fans qui se souviennent. Moi, je vous demande un petit effort. Je vous demande une dernière fois, voilà, vous avez une bouteille d'eau. On va prendre la machine parce qu'il a des talents cachés. Il a un incroyable talent, ce garçon. Si on devait reprendre avec un petit clin d'œil, vous l'avez compris, sera-t-il un prochain invité d'une émission célèbre? On va voir, mesdames et messieurs. Je vous demande de tendre l'oreille, de bien observer Edgar Toronteras. Tout le monde. Tout le monde. Edgar Toronteras, mesdames et messieurs. Edgar, merci beaucoup. Alors, c'est grâce à toi que le spectacle parisien en partie grâce à toi, bien évidemment, puisque tu étais avec nous. C'est les premières années 95 pour l'histoire, pour les nostalgiques de l'histoire. C'est la première apparition du FMX en 95 avec un vrai contest. C'était Serge Guidetti qui est avec nous ce soir d'ailleurs dans les tribunes et du côté du paddock avec ses pilotes qui avaient gagné la course, tu t'en rappelles, tu vois. C'était le premier contest FMX en France. C'était déroulé au Palais des Sports de Paris-Bercy et on a découvert ce jour-là Edgar Toronteras. Merci Edgar et on a un cadeau à te faire du coup, puisque c'est comme ça qu'on a rendu Paris célèbre. Regarde, on va partir de ce côté-là. Tiens, on va changer. On va partir de là-bas. Ça, c'est pour Edgar. On va partir de ce côté-là et on va tourner de l'autre côté. Et vous aussi, là où il ne doit manquer personne. On va vous accompagner avec les poursuites si on peut. Mets-moi les poursuites par là-bas si tu peux. Voilà, si les poursuiteurs m'entendent, allez chercher un peu par là-bas. On improvise complètement. Voilà, vers la droite, un peu plus près encore. Voilà, on va partir là. Attention, 3, 2, 1, top. Allez, là-haut là qui démarre. Et on tourne doucement. Voilà, c'est bien. Ouais, ça va, c'est bien pour Edgar Toron Terrasse en haut aussi, on vous voit en haut, éclairez en haut si vous pouvez. On éclaire aussi si vous pouvez les gars, bravo. Vous suivez le haut là-haut, c'est parfait, c'est Paris La Défense Arena, c'est l'hommage à Edgar Toron Terrasse. L'hommage au début du FMX en 95. Regardez bien cette formidable envolée, attention on va repartir pour un deuxième et dernier tour. Top, on repart de l'autre côté, Allez, on repart de ce côté-là, c'est bien. Allez, et maintenant, que tous ceux qui veulent les finales du Supercross de Paris 2022, que tout le monde lève les bras. Et on est parti, merci à Paris La Défense Arena, merci à tout ce public venu de France et de Navarre et de bien plus loin. Et on se retrouve, oui, vous l'avez compris, mesdames et messieurs, pour le main event.
Francis, attendez les main events. Non. On va surtout retrouver David Rinaldo. Et là, je vais demander à Paris La Défense Arena d'allumer tous les portables. Paris La Défense Arena, parce que David Rinaldo, il est là. Il va nous sortir deux best tricks. Il a besoin d'une atmosphère toute particulière. Il a besoin de vous illuminer avec vos portables. Paris La Défense Arena, pour donner bien sûr l'envie à David Rinaldo de vous envoyer deux énormes tricks.
C'est extraordinaire, le voilà. La promesse de Edgar Toron Terrasse est tenue. Après Edgar Toron Terrasse et son show, on retrouve David Rinaldo, les portables sont allumés. Regarde David, c'est pour toi ça. Voilà, c'est magnifique.
Bougez les portables, mettez une ambiance exceptionnelle parce que là vous allez voir quelque chose de fou. Je vous le rappelle, David, il est médaillé d'or des X Games. C'est l'un des meilleurs riders de toute l'histoire du FMX. Il est là ce soir à Paris pour vous et il va vous offrir deux best tricks.
Non. Allez, on tape dans les mains, tout le monde, tape, encore, tape, tout le monde, tape, attention parce que là vous n'avez pas encore vu ça, peut-être même jamais imaginé, tout le monde tape dans les mains, ceux qui n'ont pas les portables aussi, tape. Le voilà, le cadeau de David Rinaldo. Oui, California Roll. Le California Roll avec sur les écrans le ralenti dans quelques secondes, regardez bien le ralenti à l'écran.
Allez, on a revu effectivement les images de Jérôme Ramos. Ça, c'était le premier best trick. On en a un deuxième. Et là, soyez attentifs parce que David a préparé quelque chose de spécial pour vous. Alors, regardez, il y a 3 rampes. Il va emprunter la rampe de gauche, une rampe toute particulière. Il a besoin toujours de cette ambiance, de cette atmosphère. Ici à Paris, la Défense Arena. Soutenez-le et surtout, regardez.
Il vous entend pas, David. Regardez, il vous entend pas. Il vous entend pas, David. Attention. Jean-Christophe vous l'a dit, c'est évidemment un énorme canon que ce best trick. C'est ce qu'il sait faire de plus beau et il a été champion du monde il n'y a pas si longtemps, loin s'en faut. Également médaillé d'or, on vous l'a dit. David Rinaldo tape dans les mains. Tape. Tout le monde, tape. Ouais, super flip, super front flip même. Le super front flip de David Rinaldo. David, applaudissements, David, vos camarades sont là, regardez. David, merci, écoutez le triomphe de Paris La Défense Arena. Pour David Rinaldo qui regarde le ralenti, il regarde les images attentivement de Jérôme Ramos. Allez, faites-nous un dernier cadeau, David, retrouvez vos copains. On ne peut pas se quitter comme ça. Le dernier chouchou dans quelques secondes avec Jean-Christophe.
Dernier chouchou, effectivement, avec les 5 riders. Après ce best incroyable, front flip, incroyable en tsunami, le tsunami front flip de David Rinaldo. Il nous reste un saut. On va le lancer tous ensemble. On a Renaud, Texier, on a David, on a Gaton, on fait Julien Van Tiffen. 5, 3.
Allez, c'est parti, attention, ça va envoyer solide. L'énorme chouchou et le super rock solide. 6 grammes rock solide en flip de David Rinaldo. Regardez bien le ralenti là-dessus. Alors peut-être qu'on n'aura pas le ralenti aussi. Le ralenti. Regardez le ralenti à l'écran géant de Paris La Défense Arena. Le ralenti du whip, le ralenti de ses rotations. Et voilà David Rinaldo. Mesdames et messieurs, David qui a rentré un flip va montrer l'innovation rapide. Nico, merci aussi à nos côtés. C'est une tradition, on partira d'ailleurs. Vu dernier arrivé, on va partir de la machine rouge qui va venir nous rejoindre. On va mettre Nicolas à côté de Matt. Voilà, on va partir et croyez bien que c'est une tradition au théâtre, évidemment dans le spectacle en général, mais c'est aussi comme ça une façon pour nous, polie, de saluer nos artistes ce soir. Là, il n'y a plus de bruit, ils vont pouvoir profiter de l'ovation que vous allez vous réserver. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous demande de saluer comme il se doit la sortie ce soir de nos artistes de freestyle, Nico Texier. Matt Robo, Edgar Torronteras, Julien Von Stippen. Et tout de suite, le final, David Minaldo. Merci les garçons, on file tout de suite, on y va, on enchaîne. Allez, tout de suite le final, car vous l'avez compris, ce petit cadeau supplémentaire, c'était l'occasion pour nous de les saluer une toute dernière fois, car du côté de la grille, ça s'affaire, ça commence à s'agiter. Le programme, évidemment, maintenant est quasiment complet. Il nous reste, Jean-Christophe, me semble-t-il, 2 événements majeurs. On dit aux États-Unis Main Event, c'est tout simplement, on pourrait rajouter Events avec un S, puisqu'il y aura 2 finales extraordinaires. Finale du SX2, catégorie 250, à l'écran dans quelques secondes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our live broadcast here then on mxgptv.com with me, Paul Malin, our final race of the afternoon and the final race of the weekend for the SX2 category as they prepare to go out for their main event, if you like, their final race of this 39th edition Paris Supercross here at the Paris La Défense Arena, just on the outskirts of the City of Lights, the French capital in the region of Nanterre. It's been an absolutely fantastic weekend of racing in this SX2 category. And for the SX2 main event, 8 minutes plus a lap. We'll have all the final ceremonies as well. Following on from that, we'll have the 12-minute plus a lap main event from the SX1 category. Chris Blows, who was explosive yesterday with 3 wins out of 3, has seen his 14-point or thereabouts lead disappear to the tune of 8 because Matt Moss has all of a sudden clawed back 2 wins. The 2 Bud Kawasaki riders, or the 9mm energy drink Bud Racing Kawasaki riders, to give them their full title, are now just 8 points apart. And we could have a situation where Matt Moss, number 102, could have that inside gate and find himself taking another Oxmoto whole shot for the 3rd time today. And he'll be wondering where Chris Blows is. But Chris Blows, the number 66, we just saw him a moment ago, will be looking just to do what he can to salvage that win. We're either looking at the 7th American to win and be crowned the Prince of Paris, or the first Australian to do so as well, because we haven't had an Australian Prince of Paris in the history of the event. The first one back in 1990 at Bercy, number 8, Jeff Emig on the Yamaha, the first to do that. Of course, he won back-to-back wins, 1990 and 91, before going on to be crowned the King of Bercy in 1997 on a Kawasaki. Steve Mathis from PulpMX joins me once again, and we've got something of a bit of a showdown here in the final race of the weekend, Steve, because Chris Blows, Matt Moss, 8 points apart. Matt Moss will have the inside gate with his 2 race wins. That's where he's, decided to start from both races as well. And it's going to be difficult to put your money on this. Both riders need to stay upright through that first turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris's starts have gone today, here Sunday at the Defense Arena in Paris. he's got to get those back. Now he's got an 8-point cushion, so that's about, you know, a 7th or 8th that Blows has to avoid getting if Matt Moss wins again. But Jace Owen's certainly looking to get up in there, and Owen's been really, really sharp all day. Colin Park there on the screen, having a nice breakout day today, getting some starts as well. So not going quite as easy for Chris Blows as he would like. I still like him to clinch this. He should have enough room to make this happen. But, man, he's had some passing some guys today, and certainly earned his money's worth.
Sitting in third is Jace Owen, and the Honda rider 10 points off the lead. So not done for him either. 84, 76, and 74. So there's a chance that Jace Owen could also be a bit of an upset in this one, or cause an upset.
Yeah, absolutely. I like Matt Moss's and Jace Owen's gate pick, 1 and 2, right on the inside. We've seen that work in both classes the whole time. And Chris Zombie Blows is a little further out next to Colin Park. So, I think Chris has shown the greatest amount of speed here this weekend, but you never know. That's why they drop the gate. That's why they go racing, right?
Absolutely. Well, there he is. He's just put a little bit of, there's a little bit of distance between Blows, there, number 6, and Moss to the inside gate as the 15-second board goes up. Remember, 8 minutes plus a lap here, the final SX2 finale, the main event here in Paris, the La Défense Arena, just outside, under the watchful eye, if you like, of the Grand Arch, up on the hill above the Capitol. The 5-second board turns. All eyes in the first 4 gates. 102 Moss gets an absolute blinder of a start as well, but so too does 66 Blows. It's game on, folks, here. And it's Matt Moss for the 3rd time this, today, with the Ox Moto pole shot.
Whoa, big by Moss.
Yeah, but Doe also got caught up and ended up going to the inside. We've got Owen there in 2nd position, and he takes the lead away. We said he could be the spoiler, and he leads here on the opening lap, does Jace Owen, as everybody else comes in the land behind him. But the 2 Bud Racing, Drink Bud Racing Kawasaki's are there. It's Moss first, Blows in the second rider, Quentin Prunier as well. Prunier, Thomas in 5th, Cullen Park, good start he was hoping for in 6th.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, these are first laps led for Jace Owen, I believe, here this weekend. Feel pretty good because he's been consistently one of the faster guys. Very impressive move to get by Matt Moss there and grab the lead. And look, you've been there as a racer, Paul. Jace Owen can only control one thing, and that's winning the race and worrying about what happens behind him. Hey, who knows what can happen, right? So he's just got to look on sprinting away right now.
So the Honda FR25, Subtle or Soutel?
You got me on that one.
Okay, so riding for the French outfit this weekend, I guess.
He is, they are sponsoring Jace, Alex Ray, doing a good job over there.
So Owen leads then, 1.6 seconds as they hit the line at the end of that first official lap, but all eyes on this battle here. And 8 points at the start of the race. It will be 6 as it stands like this, because it will be 17 for 2nd, 15 for 3rd, with 20 being awarded to Jace Owen if he can stay there. But I'm sure Jace Owen loving the situation that he's in at the moment, because he knows, probably from a pit board, the 2 guys going for the Prince of Paris title locked together behind him, and that's given him a little bit of breathing space. Not the, it's the perfect scenario for him.
Yeah, pretty much, right? If you're Chris Blows, though, do you just kind of, know that you've got this and ride around? But that's sometimes when you make mistakes. That's sometimes when things happen to you, right?
Yeah.
If you lose some aggressiveness and you try to plan out the perfect race, it doesn't always work that way.
The guy in 4th place, so look at this great shot, this 9mm Bud Racing Kawasaki. Quentin Prunier trying to take a lunge down the inside of Chris Blows there. Haven't seen Prunier up at this sharp end of the competition all weekend long. His Achilles heel, if you like, has been his speed through the whoops, but he's gradually been working on them. Good to see the 319 hanging on to the 102 and the 66 ahead of him.
Yeah, Bud Racing's got to be stoked right now. 2, 3, and 4 in this race, and all the riders showing off pretty well. So that's a good job for Kawasaki and Bud Racing here. Jace Owen right now, 2.9 second lead as it sits, 6:18 to go in this one. And again, Jace Owen, this is for 2nd overall right now. If he can hold on to this, and maybe possibly if disaster strikes or something, Jace Owen could be taking home the Prince of Bercy title if something happens to Chris Blows. But as it is, all he can do is just sprint away, and he's doing a good job of that.
Yeah,
impressive whoop speed for Jace.
And he's only 2 points behind Matt Moss. Matt Moss is 2 riders ahead of him. So in that respect, it still looks like Owen is going to place 3rd overall in the overall classification. So 5 3/4 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap. how telling is that going to be? Each of these races, well, actually the first two were the same duration, 5 minutes. This one is now just a little bit longer, 8 minutes.
Thomas Doe in 5th right now. We've been waiting for him to get going all weekend long. He's certainly an accomplished French Supercross racer, either here or in America, and he's put in some good results, and it's been a terrible weekend for Thomas Doe. Right now he's 5th and holding on to that, so that'll be a good job for him if he can keep that going.
Enzo Pelias there just going down, picking himself up as the leaders come through. 4 laps clicked off, and Jace Owen it is who leads, continues to lead, I should say. This is what happened to Pelias a moment ago.
Oh, my name was Enzo. That's a cool name. Oh, and that's Blows.
Blows his chances of the overall then. Chris Blows upside down in the whoop section. He was in 3rd place, and that is going to hand the possible championship then to either Owen or Matt Moss. So pressure on then in the next 4.5 minutes. Watch this here. Does he dip the front end? Yes.
Unbelievable.
And a wheel right in the tailbone as well. That's got to hurt. And 35 years young, he's going to be feeling that one on the plane home tomorrow.
Heartbreak for Chris Blows and the Bud Racing team for sure. All he had to do was just bring this thing home and get this title, and he looks out of it right now. And what did we say? What did we say, Paul? That Jace Owen just does what he has to do, and right now he's in position to win this. And, man, that's a heartbreak right now. Jace Owen, 1 point up on Matt Moss. So, folks, what you're seeing on the screen right now, this is for the overall win for the weekend for the Prince of Paris.
Yeah, Jace Owen on the Honda, leading the way, but you've got a hard charge in Matt Moss all over the back of him. And Moss, who has 2 wins today, looking to make it 3 to emulate what his teammate did yesterday, Chris Blows. Blows now, I'm not sure if he's out of the race, is he? Yeah, he's just pulled out.
Blows his pull off, so he's out of this thing. Heartbreak. Fastest guy all weekend long. So now if you're Bud Racing, you've got to relay to Matt Moss. This is the championship. This is the title. You've got to let him know. We got to get this done. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. We're in for a heck of a finish here.
Well, consistency has been the game for both these two, hasn't it? Because they, you know, when you look at Matt Moss, steady away yesterday. He's picked it up with 2 wins, and he's in 2nd at the moment. But Jace Owen has been there, consistent all day, solid, as reflected by his position. He was 3rd going into this final race, 2 points off of Moss. And with Blows going out, and here we go, bottom corner here, final turn, and Matt Moss tries to cut back to the inside of the American. Can he cut back here, yes or no, when he goes high and wide? Owen knows he's there. These two absolutely bar to bar, and he knows now he's trying to ride defensive as Jace Owen. He may lose out on the whoops here, and he does. And Moss goes through, takes over the lead, and this is for the championship. Are we going to see a first ever Australian Prince of Paris in the form of Matt Moss? And when you think of riders like Chad Reed that have come through and done this event in the past, this could be quite something.
Boy, I don't know what's gone wrong with Jace Owen here, but he didn't triple in on the rhythm section. Matt Moss opening up a little bit of a gap. He needs a breather, it looks like.
He had a big panic grab there as well. Came up short on that rhythm.
Absolutely. God, he's going to be kicking himself after this if he knows anything about Chris Blows and what the situation is with that. And maybe his team has told him that. But, man, Matt Moss right now taking the first 2 wins and leading this one. Everything's coming up Matt Moss's way right now. Gets a little buck wild in the whoops there. And Jace takes the tighter line and closes up a little bit.
So just less than 2 minutes plus a lap course. Lap times here around the 47, 48 second mark, depending on traffic. And a perfect lap, if you like.
What a turn of events here.
Yeah.
SX2 round.
Yeah, and of course, getting his best start of the day, Chris Blows right there, get ready to attack and pull the trigger. He was sat in the perfect spot to lift the Prince of Paris trophy. Just the whoops got away from him ever so slightly. And then obviously it cost him big. So
the respective camps of Owen and Moss cheering them on. Owen's been better in the whoops the last 2 laps, but he's running out of time here. He's got to make something happen. Moss has been tripling in here. Jace Owen has not been able to pull the trigger on it. Still doesn't do it, and that's costing him for sure. Everything he makes up in the whoops, he loses in that rhythm section.
Yeah. As we look, this is a fantastic ride and a great way if he can stay there in 3rd. Quentin Prudier going to be riding 1 more year in the European 250 Championship this year. Next year, sorry. But just to get through this one and give the home fans something to cheer about. Obviously, there's a bunch of French riders out there. Brice Meilland, Thomas Doe, Lucas Ambert, Yanni Asuti. They line up behind him in 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Justin Starlin, 8th. Hugo Manzato, Julian LeBeau, rounding out the top 10. Cullen Park, 12th. So didn't make a great start, and obviously made some problems somewhere, because wasn't he in around 6th place early on?
Yeah, he really was. He was around somewhere around there. He's 4th overall right now as we go. But yeah, Cullen Park not having the ideal main event after really kind of breaking out early on. Oh, there's Jason when he pulls the trigger on the triple. So that'll help him a little bit. We're coming up to the white flag, though.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, Jason, whatever he's got left, he's got to pull some sort of magic out here to get the Prince of Percy title.
Time is up. The one-lap board or the white flag will go out as they turn right and hit the finish line jump any moment now for Matt Moss.
Boy, his team, what an emotional roller coaster with Blos and then Matt Moss getting it. I can imagine. Yeah, the ups and downs of it. One more time through the whoops.
Just a little bit further back, Thomas Doe in 5th place. Lucas Ambert is next, and then Yannis Asuti. And Asuti, another rider, not explosive on his starts today. 3 whole shots yesterday, nothing and nowhere close today.
Yeah, it's just such a funny thing when it comes to this sport, right? And here we go, about a half a lap to go. Got a good battle going on, though, right now between Imbert and Asuti and all those guys. So
just making their way to the penultimate corner. Moss just ahead of these guys down the final section into the final turn. We're getting ready to crown our winner here, the 102, Matt Moss, out of the final turn. He is the Prince of Paris, and I think he knows it as well. 2nd for Jace Owen. And Quentin Prunier will finish and crosses the line in 3rd. And his fans just in front of us here, and maybe some of the team sponsors in front of our booth. But look at it, three-way here, and it's Doe. Brice Meilland gets 4th, Doe 5th, Amber 6th, Isuti 7th. And but our Prince of Paris, if you like, Matt Moss, with Jace Owen. Had Owen won the race, he would have been crowned. That's how tight it was, Steve Matthews.
That's earning it from Matt Moss, man. Congratulations to him. Put in gutsy rides yesterday through the pack. Didn't get on the box all day yesterday. Turn it around today to win all 3. Took a little bit of tragedy from Chris Blos crashing out, but hey, he'll take it, man. I wonder if he saw Blos riding off before the whoop section. Blos kind of cut in front of him when he was riding up the track, and I wonder if that's how Matt knew that he had taken this win, right?
He's just found out as well that he's won it. I think that's what that was for, so he gets his $500 for his Ox hole shot for today, winning that, and he comes away with the Prince of Paris as well.
He's 32 years old. He's coming off being suspended for 4 years down under, and what a comeback for him, absolutely. I saw him at the World Supercross rounds, and I didn't even know he was still racing. He's got a twin brother, Jake, that isn't racing anymore. They were both suspended. And good job for Matt and the Bud team, man. Real cool story. Heartbreak for Chris Blos, honestly. Got a feel for it. In position to win, looking good, and doesn't get it done. Crashes out in the whoops. Jace Owen, we just saw a shot of him. He looks confused on whether he knew that he was going to win or not. Yeah, lots of drama.
Lots of drama indeed. Well, I'm guessing we'll get a podium for the overall today, and that will be Matt Moss, Jace Owen, and Brice Meilland on the gas. He's like, how did that happen? Love it when you get that kind of reaction, though. Congratulations, Matt Moss. 9mm Bud Racing Energy Drink, Kawasaki. Takes the Ox Moto Whole Shot Award for today. And he lifts the Prince of Paris trophy as well. And he becomes the first Australian to do so. We've had Jeff Emig, Doug Henry from the US, Mikel Pichon, as we look again at the final Ox Moto Whole Shot there, going to Matt Moss, Pingree, Villeman, Nick Way, Roderick Tang, Justin Buckaloop, and Brock Sellards, all riders who have won the Prince of Percy. And then we've got Justin Salfranc, who is the owner of the team that Cullen Park was riding for. And then we've got Dan Houzé, Maxime Dupre, Florent Richier, a bunch of French riders, but Jace Owen obviously picking up the win in 2018. But no Australians on that list until today. So Matt Moss wins the race and is crowned Prince of Paris. There is your result. Moss, Owen, Quentin Prunier, Brice Meilland, Thomas Doe, Lucas Ambert, Yannis Asuti, Justin Starling, Cullen Park, Hugo Manzato. But heartbreak for Chris Blos, who was in a championship winning position, Prince of Paris winning position, but just the whoops got the better of him, and he has been so fast through there all weekend long as well.
Both Americans, Jace Owen and Chris Blows, are going to be sitting there in bed tonight, kicking themselves, thinking about how they threw this Prince of Paris title away. There's no doubt. They both had it in their grasp, and that's motocross racing, man.
He knew he needed a good start, did the number 66. He got just that, but it was his teammate, Matt Moss, who came away with the Oxmoto whole shot. Jace Owen was right there in second. Thomas Doe tried to creep around the inside in third. Quinton Prunier came around the outside and take fourth place at the end of the first lap, but it was Owen who led the way. And at this point, it all looked so calm, collected, and comfortable for the number 66 until this, Steve Mathis.
Yeah, absolutely. Just gets a little crazy, drops the front end, and has every rider's worst nightmare in the whoops. It's happened to a lot of the guys out there. Drops the front end over the bars, out of this one, and out of the Prince of Paris race. And there's the pass for the lead right there, Matt Moss. That gives him the title right there. And like I said, Jace Owen is going to be kicking himself for sure that he let that go. Good job to Matt Moss, though.
But 9mm energy drink, Bud Racing Kawasaki win every single moto this weekend. 3 yesterday with Chris Blows, 3 today with Matt Moss. And with Moss winning today and Blows not finishing, of course, that means he is the Prince of Paris. But this is your overall for the today. So Matt Moss, Jace Owen, and Brice Melin on the gas. Brice Melin on the 737 Performance Gas Oxmoto machine, owned and run by Valentin Teo.
I'm sure you feel happy.
It's been 6.5 years since I've won a race, and to do it here in Paris with this amazing crowd, the new team I'm riding for, they took a gamble with me. I messaged them on Instagram and asked for a ride, and they gave it to me. So, and here I am, Prince of Paris. This is bloody amazing. Thank you so much.
Il n'ose même pas y croire. Il dit c'est juste incroyable.
Bloody amazing, mate. Don't you just love the Aussies? Congratulations, Matt Moss. Good to see you back up there, buddy. But yeah, had to work for it. 6-4-4 and then 3 wins.
I've got to come back now.
J'ai bien dit, j'ai envie de revenir, vous vous en doutez.
See you next year then, Matt.
Peut-être ici avec Jean-Christophe à nos côtés.
JC, second place tonight. Very good race for you. Big battle with Matt Moss. What's your feeling on the podium?
Yeah, it was definitely a good race. I finally got the start that I wanted, and I started second, made a quick pass on Matt, and then rode really good, consistent laps, and then just started making some silly mistakes. And honestly, I didn't know it was between me and him to win the overall of this. So, you know, the first main, I crashed on the start and was a little ways back, and you know, I was just trying to be smart, but definitely stoked for Matt, but bummed for myself that I left something out there on the table, knowing that I could have been on that top spot. So all I do is get back to work and be here next year and be one spot better.
Voilà, donc il nous explique qu'il a fait une bonne
well
course,
said,
qu'il a
I
fait des
think,
petites erreurs, qu'il s'est bien battu avec Matt Moss, JC Owen. Il a déjà gagné
so near yet so far. There was a point when he was in a position when he led that race from Matt Moss, he was going to be the new, well, for the second time actually, because he won it previously, Prince of Paris.
You know, the first main for JC, he was way back, and Chris blows past him and kind of dropped him, and he kind of rode just sort of so-so, you know, you don't really know what's going on, but again, you look back on something like that where, you know, could have done a little better, could have picked up a couple of spots.
Yeah, that first race today killed him, didn't it? Because obviously he went 3, 2, 2, and then 8. First race today, and then second. Yeah. But Valentin Teo, the team owner for the team that Brice Melin is riding for, 737 Performance Gas Oxmoto. Got their own hospitality over there in the paddock and stuff like that. So good to see his rider, Brice Melin, who started here leading the SX2 French Championship. I don't think we'll see the French standings today. So when I was talking to Valentin Teo today, it said that they were going to include everybody's points, so including Matt Moss, Jace Owen, Blows, and all those guys, which he said, you know, is a little bit unfair because I don't think they ever did that before, was the gist that I got.
Yeah.
So, you know, just score the French riders in that. So if you're fourth, but you're the second French rider, take second place points.
Yeah, you get second place points.
So he said he may still be leading. You know, this was going into the second race today. He said he may still be leading, but it was unknown because there wasn't the clarity around that. But you know where we are.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. Things get changed though here sometimes over the years. We've seen that before. Chris Blows, good to see he's okay.
Yeah,
you know.
So Chris Blows then 3 wins, and then what was it this morning? 13, 11. So a 5th. fourth, and then obviously that DNF costing him. He went from potentially lifting the Prince of Paris trophy to finishing up on the podium, which I'm not sure if he expected that before he came here this weekend anyway, but, you know, to go from winning it potentially to that third place, and then you see your teammate for the weekend here, Matt Moss, celebrating, jumping for joy on the top step of the podium. A bitter pill to swallow, you would have to imagine.
Boy, look at the way Chris is kind of holding his arm, his left arm. He's kind of holding it up a little bit. I wonder if he's got some shoulder issues or an arm issue of some sort after that horrific crash in the whoops. We call him Zombie in America because he's hard to keep down. He just keeps getting up from crashes, and as you can see, this is how he's earned it.
He's going to be walking like one by the time he leaves here tonight.
Yeah.
Small mistake and the result is a disaster.
Yeah, you know what? That main three, I was sitting third, and that would have got me the Prince of the weekend. So, you know what? Super bummed on that. I had a great start, just made a little mistake in the whoops, and that's all she wrote. So, yeah, just happy to be here. You guys have been awesome. Paris has been a great experience, and hopefully I can come back.
Voilà, évidemment, je suis très déçu de cette erreur dans les whoops qui me prive de ce titre. Rapidement, les
At 36 next year, would he be the oldest rider to return in the Prince division?
He might be, right? Absolutely.
Probably already is now.
Yeah, I would say so. You don't see that happen too much.
But yeah, third overall for the 9mm Bud Racing Kawasaki rider, Chris Blows. So near yet so far. Obviously, we already spoke to the other two, but your Prince of Paris, I should say. Still trapped in the 90s, I think.
Yeah, I said it too. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
If it's not Waves, it's Bercy.
Right. Yeah, Waves.
But your top three here this weekend, the Prince of Paris, Matt Moss, seals it by 5 points in the end over Jace Owen, the Australian winning for the first time and being the first Aussie to win the Prince of Paris title. Jace Owen and Chris Blows rounding out second and third, with Colin Park picking up fourth ahead of Brice Meilin, who rounded out the top five. There's some fantastic riding in there. Matt Moss, I'm sure, is going to celebrate tonight like there is no tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that means blowing the froth of a couple into the wee small hours, quite possibly.
Seems like an excitable guy. And hey, like you said, first win in 6 years, man. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was.
And we go from that to the SX1 final, which we're, again, on the edge of our seats for what's going to happen this thing.
Yeah, we are. And obviously, we've got the points up on the board right now. So we've got Ken Roczen and Eli Tomac separated by 1 point. If Eli Tomac wins and Roczen's second, they will have the same amount of race wins, seconds and thirds. They will tie on points. So a lot to play for. We're just trying to figure out whether it goes on countback when your next race was. And obviously, Ken has 2 wins today if Tomac were to win it in that respect. So does it go on that, on your today result, or does it go on the,
I'm going to guess, and I don't have any, I'm going to go, it goes on that last moto win. Is the tiebreak. You won the last moto of the weekend, but I'm speculating here. But
because normally you'd say on the last moto, but then it could be, when you go back. Well, when was your last win? So we'll soon find out. Hopefully we don't have that kind of confusion to deal with. But the SX2 riders, the 250cc riders, 250F, putting on a fantastic show here in the Paris La Défense Arena, just in Nanterre. Great action up front between these two as well. And Eric Perronard alongside us here.
Do you want to get him on?
Yeah, let's get Eric Perronard. Come on, Eric. A man who has been behind the scenes for many, many years. Him and Xavier Adouard, of course, pretty much from 1984, I guess. You've been in it, or if not, Eric Perronard, you've been in certainly for as long as I've known you. Welcome to Paris. Welcome home. You spent a lot of time in the USA. Paris is back for real this year. Full house, excitable fans, fantastic racing. What have you made of it, first of all?
Oh, it's unbelievable. So I was here at the first Paris Supercross in 1984. Then I moved to US. The only one I missed was to meet my wife. So it was a good move. That's the only Paris Supercross I missed in 1985. So since then, I haven't missed one. I've been helping Xavier and the team for 32 years now.
Wow.
And, we are the 2 oldest associates of this race,
But you pretty much make it happen. You speak to the riders, agents, managers, and everything else. And you two are pretty much the guys that make this event happen, year in, year out. I mean,
Absolutely.
does it take a stress out of you, like having to come up with that year in, year out? Or I mean, it's a fun job. It's not your only job,
No,
but
it's a fun job, but it's definitely among all the races and events I produce the most demanding and stressful, because it's so challenging to get all those riders here at the same time. And Xavier's the brain, and I'm the legs. You know, I make it happen, and it's just so exciting, and to be here with you guys, having it, you know, worldwide. It's so cool, because I got all my friends all over the world telling me they're watching it, which is really a plus, because usually nobody knows what's going on.
Exactly.
You know, having Kenny and Eli battle like that makes this race, it's feel like Anaheim 1 to me.
Well, they are 1 point apart going into the final race. I'll jump back in with Steve Mathis in a moment, but we couldn't ask for a closer, more exciting way to round out Paris 39.
It's so unbelievable. I think we have fans. We have the 25,000 fans here on their feet, and maybe a lot more watching worldwide. So thank you, Paul.
No worries.
Thanks for having me. I need to get back to the field.
So do we. But Eric Perronard, always a pleasure. Great to see you. We'll see you after the race. But congratulations on another successful event.
Thank you so
much. Eric Perronard, ladies and gentlemen. And Steve Mathis joins me once again. And Steve Mathis just mentioning there to Eric Perronard, what a showdown we have here. Ken Roczen with 3 wins at the moment, 1 second and a third. Tomac with 2 wins, 2 seconds and a third. 1 point apart. Does not get any bigger or better. A 12 lap plus 1, or 12 minute plus 1 lap a race. And this is going to be the most important one.
Well, we were talking about the gate selection after the round 1, right? After the last super final. And so Tomac with the number 2 gate pick picks gate 3. Tomac, Roczen goes to his normal gate on the inside.
Who's in the middle?
Justin Brayton's in the middle. So this should be interesting to see what happens here, because absolutely, I mean, JB and Kenny are tight. You know, Kenny's in the mix for this. I wonder how much Justin's going to go for it. He doesn't want to box out his friend off the start, but then again, maybe he does. But I find that interesting that Tomac wanted nothing to do with starting next to Kenny and went to gate 3.
Says a lot about the psyche.
It does, yeah. You riders are, you know,
we're a rare breed.
You guys are, and so yeah, that's an interesting thing to me to watch there. So here, it all comes down to this, folks, right now. Now keep in mind, Roczen has caught and passed Tomac twice over the 2 days.
Yeah.
So he's been able to do that. Only guy seen that. So no matter if Tomac gets a start here, it doesn't mean it's over at all.
No, exactly. And obviously we've seen from all the races how fast Roczen's whoop speed has been and how he's been able to use that to his advantage. The lights flickering here in the Paris La Défense Arena momentarily. The atmosphere has been created. We're full lights again. The 15-second board turns to 5. The heads are down. There's the 3, there's the 2. Tomac and Webb. There are also other players in this, and Tomac puts the front wheel, the back wheel across the front of Roczen. They're side by side, a repeat of what we had, and Roczen leads already, heading down into turn 2, but Tomac goes for the jugular and tries to get the elbow into the ribs of the German. But it's Roczen who leads away, and Tomac comes up short and already hands a big advantage to the number 94, Webb in 3rd place.
Yeah, that was a big mistake by Eli, but he's recovered it. He's able to hold on to that 2nd place, and now he's got to get the job done to catching Kenny. Good luck catching the sprinting Ken Roczen. Not too many people in the world can do that. Good start for Justin Brayton, 4th place. Looking good. JB's got to make it happen in the whoops right away, I think, in my estimation, in order to get Webb, and I think he'll do that. But the battle and the eyes are on 1 and 2 right now.
And of course, Justin Brayton and Cooper Webb tied on points at the moment on 21. So the battle for 3rd is also at play between these two here, the number 2 and Brayton. Brayton has 3rd at the moment, or he did before the gate drop for the final time, but it will be Webb who jumps up into that 3rd place and leaves here with the bronze medal if there was one, a 3rd place trophy at least. But the gap at the end of that first lap, 1 second between Roczen and Tomac. Will there be a response here? We have plenty of time left. Remember, it's a 12-minute plus 1 lap main event here for the final race of the weekend. And Ken Roczen, 1.1 seconds clear. He set the fastest lap on that opening lap, 43.9 compared to a 44.0. So nothing in it between those two. As the circuit, the turns start to break down, consistency is going to be the key.
Yeah, what we haven't seen this weekend over the 2 days is Tomac catch and pass Ken Roczen. So if he's going to end up with the King of Paris title, he's going to have to do it doing something he hasn't done all weekend, and that's catch and pass Ken Roczen. Ken Roczen's been able to catch and pass Eli Tomac. So interesting little dynamic set up here. Good job for Cooper Webb. Riding much better today. He had a so-so practice this morning. I believe he was 8th.
Yeah.
Quickest. Wasn't very good for Cooper Webb standards.
But turned it into a 3rd in the Super Bowl, which got him the 3rd gate pick and, crucially, an important start as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go.
So whoop speed for Kenny. Yeah, getting through there a lot quicker. Again, is he just dragging a leg through that left-hander there? Looked like he was off balance ever so slightly. And the last time around, through this triple quad section, triple quad double, Tomac came up short again around about here last time around. Now he overjumps.
Yeah. Last time around, Ken Roczen put his best lap in. It's early, but 43.7 for Kenny. That last lap around, that was his best, the 43.9 for Eli Tomac.
Yeah, so 2 laps in, and Kenny's gone fastest lap. So is there going to be another one better than 43.7 this time around? No, it's not. 44.0 and a 0.8 and 0.9. So nothing in it again between these two.
That's close. Look at those top 3 times. Fastest rider was Justin Brayton that time around by only a couple hundredths, but yeah, still, that's something that he can hang his hat on. These guys are pushing it right now, Paul. They are pushing the edge. You can see it's go time for everybody. I think Brayton knows what's at stake for 3rd, and obviously Tomac knows what's stake. Knows what's at stake for 1st.
Somebody say stake.
Look, Tomac went long again on that rhythm. Same thing. He's having a little bit of trouble with that.
Just the timing.
3.42 going out of that.
And this just playing into the hands of Roczen, of course, just who's inch perfect at the moment. But without spoiling what happened in the SX2 race, inch perfect and, those kind of consistency with whoop speed and things like that can come up and bite you in the backside. But, you don't expect it from these professionals at this level, but every now and again, you just never know.
Yeah, absolutely. Boy, look at these guys. This is fun to watch. That whoop speed is incredible by all these guys. Cooper Webb, much better today.
Brayton closing in on Webb as we looked out of our booth there. So maybe Brayton has the upper hand there. Didn't he find his way past around that part of the racetrack the second time around?
He did, absolutely. There's Cedric Supercross, and he's having a nice race. 6th place for Cedric. And again, he went down big time in practice. So it's good to see him even out there riding right now. And Subs right now being 6th. That's a strong finish for him, all things considered.
Yeah, when you think of the 5 guys ahead of him, 6 is probably what he was hoping for, even at 100% coming into this weekend. Such as the speed and the consistency of Roczen, Tomac, Webb, Brayton, and Marvin Musquin. As it stands right now, Roczen would walk away with a 2-point win over Eli Tomac to be crowned King of Paris. But if these two change positions, they tie on points, and then we will see how that tie break works.
Here we go. Tomac 3, 4. Still goes a little long, but it's better than it's been for sure. So good job, Eli Tomac. Oh, Cooper Webb's off the track.
Oh, Webb, and that allows Brayton to go through. That's his 3rd place, done and dusted, because Musquin goes through as well, I believe. Yes, he has. And look how tricky it is. It's obviously hard. You've got the concrete, you've got the hard boards, you've got the loose, dry dirt as well. You can't just get back on the track and hope for the best. So Cooper Webb then just costing him 3rd position in this overall King of Paris classification, if you like.
Yeah, you got to be careful. We've seen many riders crash trying to get back onto the track, right, with the slippery concrete and everything else. So Coop was playing it pretty cautious there. If this is a round in America, he's probably a little more buck wild trying to get on the track. But for this one, let's take it easy and just make sure that he survives it, right? So right now, we have Ken Roczen at his best time.
Fastest lap, though.
Yep, fastest lap right now. Eli Tomac, 43.3.
Pulls back another couple tenths. So is there going to be a late surge? 6.5 minutes thereabouts, plus a lap. And the gap now 1.3 seconds. Another response from Tomac, 43.9 compared to the 44.1. Game on again, Steve Mathis.
Yeah, absolutely. Closing it down. It's 1.8. Now it's 1.3. Half a second up. Eli Tomac's made up. And look, this is the longest race of the night. Who does fitness play in? It's Eli Tomac. We all know that. So if he's going to make it happen and catch Ken Roczen, the longest man in the event will definitely play to his advantage. We know that for sure. 3-4 here. He gets it that time. So it seems like he's got that back on track. Watch the way he stands up to this right-hand turn here, Malin. This is just amazing. Right there. Look at that. God, I wish I could do that. It looks like you in 94.
Cheers, mate. Railing outside.
Yeah.
8 laps complete. 1.3 the gap. Another 10th quicker. So the gap is creeping down in Tomac's favor. He just needs to get close enough to try and put Roczen under pressure.
Yep, you'll get it. Yeah, you know, it's interesting to see. They're pulling away from Justin Brayton. They're pulling away from Marvin Musquin. Both of these top 2 guys. They're not setting their fast times right now. but they're still going quite a bit quicker than the other guys. And I think that's just where you see the tip of the spear, the elite of the elite, right? We've got 5 minutes to go here, and they can keep those times down. Guys like Brayton and Marvin, world-class racers, can't quite match it.
Keep an eye on the times again. 44.0 and a 44.1. Advantage Roczen.
Yeah, that's the first time I think in 3 laps that Kenny's gone a little quicker, right?
From a psychological point of view, from Kenny, you know, coming here and riding the way that he has, you know, ahead of what would be the start of the Anaheim, the American Supercross season in Anaheim in January, does the world of, you know, the confidence does the world of good, doesn't it? You know, and all the rest of it. But you can also look at it and go, it's only Paris.
Yeah, there's both ways of looking at it. If you get beat, you go, it's only Paris. If you win, it's amazing and it helps you. But look, let's not kid ourselves. Ken Roczen's got to figure out what he's riding next year. We don't even know. Could he end up with the Honda Genuine parts? Maybe. Could he end up on a Suzuki? Maybe.
This is not a 1.4 second gap anymore. It's less than a second for the first time this race. 9/10 in it between Roczen and Tomac. So a massive response from the American on the Yamaha.
Boy, oh boy, he can smell that exhaust coming out from Ken right now. That's impressive lap by Eli for sure. It's under a second. It was 1.8 at one point, and now we got 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go, and the gap is under a second. This is what we came for. This is what the fans want all day long.
He's obviously figured out where his weak point was in the first half of the race. He's obviously gone to work to try and minimize whatever that weakness was, if there was one. Maybe the track is just coming towards him. Maybe Roczen is fading in, and Tomac's fitness is starting to come into play here. Either way, we are in for a fantastic 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap here. The gap is still hovering around about a second. Good physical game this, a good mental game from Kenny Roczen, not allowing Tomac to upset his rhythm, his concentration. He's just doing everything right, all of his markers. And this is why we're still seeing that gap of about a second between the Honda and the Yamaha.
Yeah, Kenny pulled it back out a little bit that lap. Paul, think how many times Eli Tomac and Ken Roczen have raced each other. Whether it goes back to MX2 in America, whether it goes back to Supercross on the big bikes, these two are literally just the rivalry they have between each other is phenomenal.
10 years on even.
Yeah, it's incredible what the races these guys have had. There's no real secrets between them, right? You kind of know how each other rides. They're not dirty, either one of these guys, and they know the strengths and weaknesses of them, and we're seeing them here in Paris in 2022.
Another good response from Kenny. Another couple tenths pull back. Did he just lose it, though, on the exit of that turn? Because it's now out to 1.3, and Tomac has got closer as a result of that little mistake. And Kenny commits full chat to the whoop section. Traffic ahead of them, though, and they are doing their best to stay out of the way.
Tomac had a little bit worse of a run in the whoops than he's had that time around, and so it kind of negates Kenny's rear end kicking out there a little bit. So I think that we'll see close to the same gap when they come around this time. But, Paul, you nailed it. Traffic is coming. We're seeing some good guys in their own battles, guys like Desprez, guys like Cordon that are having their own races, and they got to get out of the way here shortly.
Yeah, out of the final turn then. Another lap clicked off, lap 13. And Roczen continues to lead, this time by 1.2 seconds. Traffic on the rise, and again, they do their best to move out. Another slip up at the rear wheel for Roczen as he gets on the gas out of that first turn.
We got 1:40 to go. The gap is 1.2, and this is for all the marbles. This is for the King of Paris. So it's a pretty cool race going on. Really, really cool to see these two guys push each other.
So triple, quad, double, more traffic looming large ahead of Ken Roczen. Here's Marvin Musquin. He is in 4th place, about 3 seconds down on Justin Brayton. Brayton on the verge of taking 3rd overall, which after 7th in the second race yesterday, which effectively kind of ended his chances of taking the King of Paris title. 3rd is as good as it's going to get for him. And like I said earlier on in the broadcast, he will take that with both hands. It was like, well, I need that at least.
Yeah, as my buddy Jason Wygant says, he's 38 years old. He's just lucky to be here. And so getting 3rd overall, King of Paris, beating Marvin Musquin and Cooper Webb is nothing to slide at. He'll be happy about that. But I watched these two guys up front pushing each other, and that's a pretty cool thing. 1.2 gap, 39 seconds to go. So we're going to have 2 laps left in this race. And Kenny, hey, he answered it, right? He had the gap went from 1.8 to less than 1, and Roczen picked it up. Full props to him.
Looking at making it 3 wins today.
Yeah, and it's got to feel good, too. The last time these guys raced together was UK in Cardiff. You were there. And
I didn't go. I watched it.
I thought you were there.
Yeah.
Feels like you're always around me.
Thanks.
At all times. And, you know, Tomac was the better man there and beat Ken Roczen. So it's got to feel good for Kenny if he can hold on to this.
And he's 1.4, you know, going into this penultimate lap, so a lap and a half to go. He looks like he's done just enough now to keep Tomac at bay. And dare I say, can he enjoy this final lap that's about to unfold?
I hope so. You know what I mean? He keeps things pretty close to his vest when he talks to the media, but I hope he enjoys this. And I hope for a guy that, you know, needs to make a statement for 2023 Supercross, this helps him a little bit. Last lap, folks. White flag is out. 1.8 seconds. Yeah, it's almost over here, right?
The singing. Justin Brayton, fantastic Paris performance for him as well. He's going to be third in the race, third overall on the night, quite possibly. We'll soon find out, but he's also going to be third in the King of Paris classification. But Eli Tomac, despite trying to rough up Kenny through the first couple of corners in the last two races, Kenny was able to respond and just definitely brought his A game.
Yep.
2 corners to go. Your performance of the weekend so far has to be Ken.
Absolutely. First time for Ken Roczen in Paris. I know that everyone's been trying to get him here forever. First time here for the German, and he puts on a show and takes the King of Paris.
Final turn, final jump, and Kenny Roczen wins. He knew exactly what he had to do. He had to beat Eli Tomac. Tomac knew that he also had to beat Roczen if he was going to be potentially crowned the King of Paris, because obviously they would have finished on a tie, same number of wins, seconds and thirds, so we would have had to have left it to the judges. Fortunately, Kenny Roczen made it just that little bit simpler in terms of the mathematics. He went out, he knew exactly what he had to do, and Ken Roczen leaves Paris as the King of Paris. And Yariv Konsky there, the dude around the back, the team owner for Honda Genuine Racing. And Brayton will make it a 1-3 for the team as well. So well worth the trip, and congratulations, guys. And they have been focused all weekend long. We try to get Justin up here during the broadcast in the intermission sections, of course, but at the same time, you know, results and just maybe a little bit of pressure here and tensions, and it was understandable as to why he maybe didn't want to just come up in the end, but you know what, he's made it pay here. And Eli Tomac can only watch as Roczen just goes on a lap of honor. Fans have loved him being here this weekend, Steve Mathis.
Yeah, they really have. He's been, like I said, first time here. The fans have been totally digging it. They're right into it. Good job for Kenny Roczen. When the pressure was on, when you need to get it done, he got it done. 3 wins today on Sunday, and thwarting Eli Tomac's great night last night. And Justin Brayton 5-3-3 on the day for 11 points and third overall, and third in the King of Paris as well. Marvin Muscan, Cooper Webb, Cedric Subaros, Greg Aranda, Thomas Ramet, Anthony Bourdon, and Julian Rosset.
Yeah, and obviously Marvin Muscan tying on points with Brayton tonight, so won't make the podium and will not leave here as a 4-time King of Paris.
Yeah, tough break for Marvin. Never looked to be super on his A game, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we know Marvin, a 3-time winner here. You know, the darling of the French crowd, would have loved to have, you know, put in a better performance. But like I say, we don't know the full story. Like I say, riders hold cards close to their chest, don't give you the full everything that you want to hear, just what they think you should hear. But anyway, Kenny Roczen, big hook there from Mrs. KR.
Yep.
Manager or team buddy, I think that is, isn't it? Not his manager.
That's a Euro Fox guy, I think.
Was it Ramsbacher?
I don't know. Euro Fox guy.
Ken Roczen didn't look like Ramsbacher earlier on, but there you go. Maybe somebody else. But anyway, Ken Roczen picks up 3 Ox Moto Whole Shot Awards today. So obviously an extra 500 euros in the skyrocket for that.
You know what? I'm glad he's got that 500 euro. I mean, things are tight for Kenny. So,
or 2 actually, but even still, it was 1 more than Tomac, who picked it up yesterday.
Boy, that's close. That is close. I don't know. Sure, give it to Kenny.
I wonder what had happened had he started gate 2.
Yeah, really,
Would
right?
there have been elbows and things like that? Was that the reason he avoided that?
Yeah. Look, neither guy needs the 500 euros. I think they're okay.
Yeah. Straight into KRJR's account, no doubt.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah,
you know what I think is cool, Paul, is I know from talking to Xavier and talking to Eric, who we just had on here, They have been trying to get Ken Roczen to Paris/Lille/Bercy forever.
Since he was MX2 world champion in 2011.
And he hasn't been here and it hasn't been able to happen. And they finally got it done, and the crowd get to see Ken Roczen. You know, these guys, these people that come to this race, they see all these greats. And now they saw Ken Roczen.
Well, the podium, both of them are easy. Same for the King of Paris and same for the overall classification. So for the evening, third overall, Justin Brayton for Honda Genuine Racing. Good way to round out, like I say, just that one race yesterday that just kind of like, you know, took the shine off and things like that, but responded well, and obviously had to overcome Cooper Webb in the process to take second on the evening, third on the night, and third in the overall. But Eli Tomac, of course, Yamaha Star Racing, Monster Energy, had a perfect season this year, hasn't he? Winning AMA Supercross, Monster Energy Supercross, Lucas Oil Pro Motocross, Monster Energy FIA Motocross of Nations for the first time in his career as well. Doesn't get any better than that. Of course, would love to have picked up a King of Paris for the second time, but just had to play second fiddle to this guy.
His perfect off season is over, right? There's Nations and UK and American Supercross and American Motocross, and he takes second here. So I think he'll be all right. But if you're Eli Tomac, you would like to win just about everything you enter all year long, and you would have done it.
So Ken Roczen, Honda Genuine Racing, takes to the top step as the overall winner this evening. I wonder if we, well, they'll probably just do both podium ceremonies all in one go here.
Tell you what, that's speaking of Honda Genuine, that's a genuinely good rider right there.
I think you are genuinely correct.
Thank you.
Be interested to hear the bench racing going on between these two there, just on the podium, Kenny and Eli.
There's a mutual level of respect between those two guys. There really is. I've seen it. I've been in private moments with those two guys, and they do get along, and they do respect each other. It's pretty cool to see.
So third place then to Justin Brayton. Honda Genuine Racing.
Lucky to be here. 38 years old.
38 years old. I'm sure we'll see him next year as well.
Yeah, probably.
Is he doing another year in America next year? Supercross?
No, retired from Supercross, but World Supercross next year and Aussie Supercross. And then maybe here.
Eli Tomac, second overall. Star Racing, Yamaha, Monster Energy. But Jean-Pierre Forrest, the vice president of the FFM, handing, well, good luck getting that home in your hand luggage.
Yeah,
Kenneth.
really. Yeah, what happens with that?
No idea. It'll go in the closet in business.
Yeah, okay.
You know, they'll strap it in there.
Probably going to take my layover. Probably going to take my upgrade.
So your overall, yes. Yeah, you'll get demoted.
Yeah, I'll get demoted. For
your
the trophy.
overall on the evening and King of Paris, Ken Roczen, Eli Tomac, Justin Brayton. Both classifications exactly the same. I'm not sure if that is the King of Paris trophy, though, or if there is more to come for these guys. But I think you have to agree, though, Steve Mathis, Pulp MX. It's great to be back here in the City of Lights with a full house, the fantastic atmosphere that we've had right from the very first year, 38 years ago, when we first arrived here in 1984, albeit at a different stadium. This is the third home in that period of time. But last year was a rather muted affair, slightly less technical track, maybe not a full house, but great to be back in its entirety, in its full song.
Absolutely, and the field is great, right? Roczen, Tomac, Brayton, Marv, Webb. That's an incredible field, and the crowd last night was off the hook. They were totally sold-out stadium. Tonight was really good, too, and it is cool. It is great. I thought the track was great. I thought the competition was great. I love coming to Paris. As I told you last night, it's 17 years in a row for me at this race, and trust me, I come because it's a race, and it's an event, and it's really cool. Whether it's Lille, whether it's Bercy, whether it's here in Paris, love it. It's simply a great race.
And it gets you out of feeding the dog in the morning.
It does, absolutely. I just wish I could have been there in 91 when you lined up.
No, you don't. It wasn't anything special, believe me.
But I love the history of this race. I've been grilling you about it a little bit over the weekend. You know what I mean? I love hearing about those things because it means so much, and it's got such a history. And now Ken Roczen can put himself with other legends like JMB, Rick Johnson, you know, James Stewart, Chad Reed, all those guys, Malin, and he can do it.
Well, it's been great bench racing with you guys. You know, obviously Friday night, you and Justin Brayton, David Coombs from Racer X, of course, one or two others. But no, fantastic to be here. The Paris trophies, that will be the replica trophy for Kenny Roczen, because we just saw the one with a nice crystal ball. Maybe he had a quick look in that at the start of the weekend. But that's how they finish. Ken Roczen, Eli Tomac, Justin Brayton, King, Silver King, and Bronze King, if you like. And the world
standings that we were waiting for so badly. Yeah.
30, 57, and 84. USA, France, rest of the world.
No Canada though.
No Canada.
No, real shame. Dylan Wright was here last year.
Did he do all right?
Yeah, he did all right. He would have been. I would have had a flag right there if that was last year.
So this is the King of Paris.
This is the American thing. No, this is the American thing.
Like the American thing?
Yeah, because Cooper Webb's there. So this is the
right. Oh yeah,
USA.
the trophy.
Yeah, beat it, Ken. Ken was trying to get in there.
Yeah, he was actually. He was thinking, oh, is that my trophy?
Yeah.
You got to go with a little
No, Kenny,
crown.
you got third.
So USA then win the Classement Nation, the Class of Nations, and Coop, Eli, Brayton all contributing to that.
Coop's like, what is this?
Yeah,
what
like, do we split it? Who gets the ball? Who gets the chick? Who gets the table?
Yeah. Right. Oh, that's Brayton telling him, hey, you went this sideways and went off the track. And Cooper's like, yep, I went cross-rutted and I flew off the track.
And Eli's just going, I have no idea what you guys are talking about, but there you go.
Right.
Just taking it all in his stride. You haven't got a flight to catch tonight, have you?
No. Tomorrow morning I will be headed back to the US of A. Super cool to do this, though, Paul. Thanks for inviting me. Awesome to be on MXGP TV.
Well, you don't join me in the booth in MXGP TV.
I just want you to get a partner so bad. Isn't David Luongo's listening to this?
David is listening, probably. Yes.
Can you get a partner?
Hi, David.
You're going to go crazy if you keep talking for 12 hours a day. Can you just get an analyst, like part-time even? You're in this booth. You're calling EMX races. You know everything about everybody, Paul. That's the problem. You do too good of a job.
I know. Maybe I should slack off a little bit.
You should slack off so they get you an analyst.
All right.
There we go. That's the new strategy.
That's the strategy for 20.
Absolutely,
24.
Paul. I can't believe what you do. You're amazing. You're one of the greatest guys in the game, in the booth, for sure. So thanks for having me.
Cheers, mate. Thanks. Pleasure to have you alongside as well. That was a mistake that Cooper Webb threw away, his third overall in the Paris classification, if you like, handing it to Justin Brake because those two were tied going into the final race. But Kenny Roczen finally managed to pull clear of Eli Tomac in the last couple of laps to solidify his place in the history of this event. He becomes the 39th King of Paris. And in terms of Honda victories, 18 now for Honda. That's pretty impressive. Yamaha on 10, Kawasaki on 5, KTM 4, Husky and Suzuki with 1 apiece. And the first German winner.
Yeah. Absolutely, right?
So
and the first Aussie winner in the SX2.
Yeah. So this one was a historical one of sorts. First Aussie, first German. And congratulations to both Matt Moss and Ken Roczen, Prince and King of Paris.
He looks really happy.
He looks absolutely stoked, or as the Italians would say, pumped.
Okay, all right.
To come here in Paris, and USA has great Supercross talent. So we enjoy coming over here. You know, we all love the fans here, and it was a good time.
You know, next year will be the new birthday for us, but it will be Supercross number 40. 40. It will be the edition of next year. Next year, we hope to see you in good shape too, and you have a new challenge in France next year with the Motocross of Nations too.
Yes. It'll be very cool to see it here. So once again, thank you, Paris, and maybe see you next year.
Maybe see you next year.
Non-committing.
Yes. Yes. He's like, I'm not racing motocross, and I don't think I'll get picked for the Motocross of Nations team.
I'm getting up there in age, but I still want to keep coming back. I love Paris. The track was brutal tonight. It was really, really challenging. Obviously, racing with Ken and Eli and Cooper and Marvin, some world-class talent. And I had a blast. Thank you, fans, for coming out. You fans are the best.
Here's an idea. Justin Brake should have a quiet word in Eli's ear and say, do what I'm doing. You can be here in 30 years time, in 8 years time, or whatever it is, 10 years time.
Think of the money you can make, Eli.
It was great to get some gate drops, and the fans were amazing. Had fun, and hopefully back next year.
Short and sweet for Cooper Webb.
Cooper was asking me last night, why do you drink Starbucks when you come over here? This is the great coffee, all this great coffee, and you're drinking Starbucks.
And you went, I tried that great coffee, and I still like Starbucks.
I just said, leave me alone. I like Starbucks. All right?
You just like the challenge of whether they get your name right.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
That's all it is.
Right.
So the top 3 then overall on the night, Ken Roczen, Eli Tomac, Justin Brayton, the same for the King of Paris classification as well. Kenny Roczen still stood there wondering how to get his 2 trophies home, one for tonight and one for the King of Paris. But Steve Mathis, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Paul Vermex, when's your next podcast?
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about this race. We'll break it all down. It's really cool to be here. Thank you again for letting me. Real cool racing. Love Eric, love Xavier. I want to thank those guys a ton for getting me over here.
Yeah, and likewise, it's been fantastic being a part of it. And congratulations to Ken Roczen and Matt Moss. My name's Paul Malin. Thanks for joining us this year for Paris 39 on MXGP TV. Hopefully we'll be back to do it again next year. But enjoy whatever you're doing for the rest of the day. And we're not going to see you. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and we'll see you back racing next year on MXGPTV.com. Bye for now.